I wish you good luck.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final round of the European Individual Chess Championship. We have arrived at round 11 and this is the most exciting round of the tournament. Today we will see who will prevail and become the winner of this tournament. We see that the games have started. This is the playing hall, the final time that we will see the playing hall filled with over 500 chess players. What a tournament it has been, and so many players have already achieved norms in this tournament, which we will get back to very soon because I have a list here of the players that have gotten a norm. Some players are still fighting for the top places. The World Cup qualification spots are at stake because there's only 20 spots in this tournament to qualify for the World Cup. And some players might be going for an early draw to secure that top 20 World Cup qualification. And some players are hungry for more because they want to win the tournament, because there's also a big prize fund of 100,000 euros to be divided among the players, among the winners, as well as some of the rating prizes that the tournament offers. There's top women prizes, and we see here big overview of the playing hall. So yeah, it's going to be a very exciting day. I'll be joined very soon by KETI. I believe she'll be joining soon. She was earlier in the playing hall. I believe she was welcoming the Georgian ambassador. We will hear more about this from her soon. But yeah, the games have started and it's going to be very exciting. So let's jump into the games to have an overview of who is playing who, what is going on, because there are some really interesting pairings as yeah, some players are fighting to win the tournament, especially there's 5 players actually with 8 points out of 10. And it seems to be the case when we look at the standings that 7.5 is sort of the point that you have the chance to qualify for the World Cup, but you may also miss out on it because of poor tiebreaks. So to be safe, you need to have 8 points, and the leaders, 5 leaders with 8 points, they are safe. So they might be pushing for more, because whoever wins is at least going to share the title, if not be the sole leader. So there's so much at stake. The top few boards might be fighting for the win. We see here on board 1, Roman Detjarov against David Akton Giharo. Here we see board 2, Mohammad Muradli against Aydin Suleimanli. Aydin is playing with the white pieces. And we have on board 3, Bogdan Daniel Deak against Nejad Abbasov. I mean, those pairings are incredible. They've played such a strong tournament so far. And yeah, it's all going down to the final round. It's amazing to see that it's so close at the top still, because with 5 players on 8 points, and then I believe there's still quite a number of people on 7.5 points. So they're all fighting for the top places. But there is a chance, of course, that some players might be settling for a draw to secure the top 20 World Cup qualification spots. But yeah, let's jump into the games to see how the games have started. If we take a look at board 1, we see Roman Detjarov against David Anton Giharo. It's also good to mention that Roman Detjarov, he has played a phenomenal tournament, and he played so well that he already got a norm, the Grandmaster norm, after round 9. But then he went on to win yesterday, And now he has the Grandmaster norm over 10 rounds. He has a performance over 2600. Actually, 2755 to be precise. So I believe no matter what happens today, he still has the Grandmaster norm over 11 rounds, which is an incredible performance. And yeah, he fully deserves this, the norm, and he might be trying to win today as well. He has nothing to lose anymore. So he is playing this Spanish opening we see. E4, E5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, short castle, bishop e7, and d3. Classic Roy Lopez. Here black is opting for safer bishop e7. There's some lines with the bishop c5, the archangel, but here with bishop e7, and we have d3, which is essentially the anti-marshal variation. One of the ways to stop the marshal from happening, because the marshal with d5 tends to get very tricky, and white oftentimes wants to avoid this and just play a solid game. So d6 has been played, and black can choose many different lines, but typically, white can also choose many different lines actually. Typically, white goes for c3 to then push d4 at a later point, but after c3 you typically want to move the knight to d2, and then to f1, to e3, g3, to then end up on f5 eventually. Or you can also control the square d5, also a very important square. This is a typical maneuver in the Roy Lopez, but white also has the option to play. There's lines with knight c3 and a4 instead, or a3. So many different variations have been, played in recent years. But here, white is going for the classical c3. I believe short castle was played. And white played, was it d4? No, he played something else. White also made a move, but I can't quite see it on the board. I think he went he played h3, right. Yeah, I was already wondering, because if you play d4 now, you might be having to deal with bishop g4, which is not quite pleasant. So you want to prepare d4. You don't want to rush d4 that quickly. You want to play h3, as played by Roman, to prevent bishop g4 from happening. And this bishop might be heading to b7, bishop e6 is possible. I played a tournament a couple months ago where my opponent played bishop d7, which I was slightly surprised by, because I was not familiar with this move. But he told me that it was an idea from Smyslov. So the more you know. But white usually has a standard idea to try to push d4 at some point, whether that is in a few moves or much later. And at the same time, black is trying to play the move d5. So we see there's a lot of tension in the center. At some point, one of the players will push in the center. But for now, it remains to be seen which line the players go for. You have so many different variations in the Spanish. So yeah, for now the players are taking their time. They're not playing too quickly. But it's so amazing to see Roman Techarov on the first board. He has had such a good tournament. Yesterday he was more than happy to take the draw, I think, given how he played against Maxime Lagarde. He was playing this line. It was very tricky, and there was the opportunity for Maxime to go for repetition, and well, it would depend on Roman if he would accept it or not. But in any case, Maxime Lagarde, he declined this repetition, and after that it got really difficult for Maxime, and then all of a sudden Roman managed to win that game. So yeah, that goes to show it's very difficult sometimes to push for the win, especially when it's such a tricky position where there might be some chances for your opponent. If you decline the repetition, it sort of gives you pressure as well to keep pushing and to keep trying as much as you can, and that might actually work against you. So very well done by Roman Techarov. And you know what they say? They say what matters the most is that not if you start on board 1 or if you, like in the middle of the tournament, if you end up on board 1. What matters is that you're on board 1 in the final round. So you know that you deserve to be on board 1 because you've been playing so well. And it's such a different feeling because you're fighting for first place. You're fighting for the top places. And if you start on board 1 or if you end up on board 1 at some point in the tournament, it's really nice, but it might not mean much because what if you lose all the remaining games of the tournament? Then you drop down quite a bit. So playing on board 1 is so important in the final round. And yeah, it says a lot about your performance. Roman definitely deserves to be here. And I'm so excited to see this game unfold because David Anton, we've seen him play. He is also a fighter. He does not want to take a draw easily. So both players, I think they're going to put up a great fight here. And we're here for it. We're here for it in the final round of the tournament. So yeah, the players are developing as normal. H6 is a very normal move, but I would always feel a little bit, I would always want to provoke this move with white. So for example, if we go back a little bit, let's say bishop b7, or let's say rook e8 is played. Because rook e8, normal move, you want to put the bishop on f8, g6, and then put the bishop on g7, potentially. What white can do here is play knight to g5. And then, well, you have to retreat, rook to f8, and you can try to repeat here with white. So in order to avoid this, because eventually you want to play the move rook e8, you have to at some point. So in order to prevent this, you'll have to play h6. And this is exactly what white wants, because h6 becomes a hook in a lot of variations. There's this bishop targeting the pawn here, and then when the knight, let's say, lands on f5, not per se through this route, perhaps this knight might be ending up on f5 sooner. Once the knight is on f5, you suddenly start to have attacking ideas with bishop takes or knight takes h6. So that is why we typically want black to play the move h6. So yeah, now that black has already played this, knight bd2 is played, and yeah, I mean, of course, anything can happen in this position, and it's far from what I was pointing out. But with white, I'll be very happy if my opponent plays the move h6. But it might not mean much, because if black manages to break through with d5, we have a completely different position. So yeah, this game is going to be very interesting. I expect the players to put up a great fight here. Let's jump to board 2. Actually, before we do, we have a result. We have a result on board 7. Gleb Dudin against Haik Martirosyan has ended in a draw. If I quickly check the standings, so Haik Martirosyan and Gleb Dudin, they were both on 7.5 points. So with the draw, they secured their World Cup qualification spots. They are on 8 points, and well, something crazy needs to happen for them to not qualify. It's safe to say that with 8 points, you are through to the World Cup. So congratulations to both players. Both agreed to draw. And this is the thing with having a good pairing, because the players with 7.5 points, they're more likely to agree to a draw to secure World Cup qualification spots. Whereas the players with 8 points, they don't have much to lose. Well, perhaps the prize money is quite, that is quite at stake here. So they would not be happy with a loss. So they might not want to overpush, but at the same time, they have the opportunity to put as much resistance and try as much as they want. Whereas the players with 7.5 points, they are in a danger zone. What if they lose? Then they're out. They might be out of the competition for the World Cup spots. So yeah, there is some psychology happening at the top boards, and we're going to see every single game as much as we can to see what is going on. Let's take a look at board 2. We see quite some developments here, as Mohamed Muradli seems to be in his preparation. Aydin Suleimanli has been spending quite some time. Let's see how this game started. The Sicilian, and there's a big chance that black was aiming to play the knight earth, but now bishop b5 check was played, bishop d7 and c4. Wow. Typically, white takes there. And yeah, with c4, it's a completely different story. Bishop takes, pawn takes. And it's such a strange structure. White is voluntarily going for the double pawn structure. You prefer to have the pawn here. That would be very nice. But the white is opting for this line, knight f6, knight c3, a6, pawn takes, knight takes, d4. And it's interesting. Okay, so this was not captured. Interesting. I guess it's okay to leave the pawns here, because after, let's say, g6, pawn takes here, you have knight takes c5, and this knight is actually really well placed. Usually in the Sicilians, this knight has to reroute quite a bit to end up on c5, but now it's already on c5, targeting the pawn on e4, so that is quite good for black. But after short castle, bishop g7, queen e2, c takes d4 was played eventually, knight takes e4, short castle, and yeah, this is the current position. It feels empty. It feels strange that this pawn on c2 is traded for the pawn on a7. Oh, we see a result actually. Board 4, quickly jumping over there. Board 4 between Nicolas Kajarava and Alexander Donchenko has ended in a draw. I am so happy for both players, but specifically Kajarava, because what a tournament he has had. Oh my goodness, he has played so well. In the last couple of rounds, he had such a good preparation. He was getting the results that he needed to continue and to keep fighting for the top places. And he got exactly what he wanted. And today as well, he was more than happy to take the draw. If I take a glimpse at the standings, yep, both players were on 7.5 points, so they secured the World Cup qualification as well. So congratulations to both players. Let's just quickly take a look what opening they decided to play. It was the Najdorf. Okay, with e6, short castle, bishop e7, f4, and here they agreed to draw. Okay, it's a kind of funny position to agree to draw, but okay, well, fair enough. I just want to quickly see. So Alexander Donchenko spent 10 minutes here, and f4 played instantly with a draw for very interesting. Okay, well, both players are done with the tournament, and they are going to play in the World Cup. Super exciting. I mean, we already saw Alexander Donchenko participating in the World Cup, and he had such a good run, right? He was playing so well in the World Cup. But yeah, we will see him back once again. But what excites me the most is to see the underdogs play in the World Cup, such as Nicolas Kajarava. So very excited to see him in the World Cup. What a deserving player to qualify to the World Cup. Okay, let's take a look at board 2. So we were talking about this position, right, between Aidit Suleimanli and Mohammad Muradli. This is the current position. Not much has changed. This position reminds me a bit of the dragon, but then white going short castle. It's sort of this accelerated dragon, but something feels off about the position because the pawn on c2 was traded for the pawn on a7, basically. Normally speaking, you would want to have your pawn on c4, the Marazzi bind, but now it's so empty on the C file. It feels empty without that pawn. You don't trade that pawn so easily. So it's quite a surprise. But yeah, I can see why this is not too bad for white. At the end of the day, this pawn on b7 is alone and might turn into a weakness later on. For now, this bishop on g7 is quite strong. And I see a lot of life in this position. Aidit Suleimanli has been spending quite some time already, so he is under some pressure. But I'm not too worried about him. He is such a strong player. He has played such great chess this tournament. He is capable of turning the most dry and equal positions into such exciting chess and setting up tricks that no one expected. So I'm curious to see how he will deal with this position, because yeah, he's capable of those things, and it's very amazing to see that. Knight c5 and f3 was played. Knight to a4, trading off this knight. Interesting decision. I guess because f3 is played, now this knight doesn't have much business to do on c5 anymore. So trading it off for this knight over here makes perfect sense. Let's take a look at board 3. we have Nijat Abbasov against Bogdan Daniel Deak. And we see the Nimzo with knight f3. But Deak has been spending quite some time. I know ALOJZIJE would be telling me to not be surprised about this, but it does still surprise me because we're on move 4. And it actually makes me feel a little bit better because I've had one experience many years ago where I was also playing the Nimzo Indian. It was like one of the first times that I played it. And I remember that I was like checking the lines here and there, but I was just not able to remember whatsoever the plans and the move orders. I was getting confused very easily. It was too overwhelming for me. And I remember I was playing a lower player than me. And I played this line, and I think on move 4, I'm not sure about the same position, but maybe my opponent played queen c. Oh, sorry about that. My opponent played queen c2, or I don't remember exactly, maybe e3. I don't remember. But what I do remember is that I also tanked on the 4th move. And I believe I spent more than 15 minutes on move 4 trying to figure out what were my ideas in this line. What was I supposed to do? Am I supposed to play short castle? Oh, over here. Am I playing c5 or d5 or any other move? I was not sure about this. And then after the game, my opponent was asking me, why did you spend so much time? And I'm like, I don't know. So yeah, that made me feel pretty bad. I did end up winning the game, but it was completely necessary to spend so much time. I was very unsure about my own variations. And yeah, that's why it's so tricky when you prepare so many different lines. Especially the Nimzo Indian is one of those openings that has so many different setups with black you can choose. And white also has a lot of different options. So you have to prepare against all of the different options. Because after bishop b4, you have queen c2, you have a3, you have e3, you have e3 and then a3, you have knight f3, you can play e3 to then play knight e2. And there are so many more. There's even queen b3. I mean, there's so many different variations here, and not the same setup works for every variation, and that is a difficulty about playing the Nimzo Indian. So much theory, so much to learn, and yeah, it's very tricky. But it's one of the openings with black against d4 that is more dynamic than solid. So yeah, it's a great approach against d4. But after knight f3, Deak spent quite some time, and he ended up playing h6. So he also spent a lot of time on this move, which makes me feel so much better. So thank you, Deak, for making me feel better about spending so much time on move 4 in the Nimzo Indian. Although it has been like many years, still, it was not one of my proudest moments. But yeah. It happens. It's in a way normal to spend a lot of time in the opening. As long as you don't spend this amount of time on every single move, then there's a big problem. But sometimes it's good to take a moment, think about the position. Is this the line that you want to go for, or maybe something else? And try to refresh your memory a little bit. Because, yeah, when you look at so many different lines, you might be, yeah, it's possible to mix things up easily. So, no results just yet. Okay, we see on one of the lower boards, just quickly skipping through this, on board 28, Adar Tarhan against Konstantin Lupulescu made a draw. If I quickly check my sheet with the norms, did Adar Tarhan, I believe he actually applied for the Grandmaster title, if I'm not mistaken, so a norm wouldn't quite matter anymore. Just wanted to check real quick, but I believe he actually already applied for the Grandmaster title, so. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to the top boards. Let's go to board 5. Edis Guerrero against Anton Korobov. Both players on 7.5. So they might be looking to make a draw, but I have a feeling that both players also want to win. I think both players are such sort of the nature of their play style. I think they just want to have a game. It doesn't. I think they will try to fight. If we take a look at the opening, let's see how it happened. E4, E5, knight f3, knight c6. Also the real up is on this board, but with bishop c5, knight g7. Oh, interesting. Okay, so this knight is heading to g6 instead. Okay, c3, knight g6, d4, bishop a7. Bishop to g5, f6. Oh, this line I actually recognize. I may or may not have looked at this not too long ago. Bishop e3, short castle. Oh, interesting. Knight bd2, d6. I think this is quite a new variation, if I'm not mistaken. So white provoked the move f6, which is, yeah, it's a bit of a strange move, but with bishop g5, you basically have to play f6. And yeah, let's take a look. What are the ideas in this position? White has a solid setup in the center. You're making sure that d4 is protected at all costs. With this knight on g6, black has more opportunities to play the move knight to f4. And yeah, the focus is on the king side, but okay, it's not going to be so easy. Yeah, we'll have to see how this develops. But yeah, it's a different approach to the Ruy Lopez. Normally the knight is on f6, but here on g6 it will be easier to play the move f5. You obviously have to be a little careful, but yeah, it's in the nature of the position, a new variation. And what I always find so tricky to understand from this position is, what do we do with bishop takes c6? Because this move, it feels so natural because look at the pawn structure. To me, this looks quite bad. So if we go a couple of moves back, before bishop g5, I mean, if you take here, and there's some forced lines with bishop takes c6, and then you take the pawn here, and it's, yeah, it gets quite, you know, it's, how do you say this? It's quite a forcing line, and yeah, it's a matter of taste if you really want to go down this path for both sides. I mean, black doesn't really have much choice. If you're opting for this line, you kind of sign up for this. It gets quite equal, so I guess black would be happy with this, but yeah, it's a matter of taste. There's many different lines that you can play here, but bishop e3, short castle, yeah. The problem is, well, bishop takes c6, it looks appealing to just destroy the pawn structure on the queen side, but the bishop pair is important, so you're not inclined to play bishop takes c6 for this reason. And Gorobov just made a move. I think he moved the king to h8, which makes perfect sense because you don't want to allow either queen b3 check or bishop b3 check, but most importantly, let's say bishop goes to g4, then queen b3 check is quite annoying. You're not necessarily, I mean, you're not necessarily losing the pawn without current play, but it's quite, yeah, it's a bit too much to allow this. Knight a5, and yeah, I would not be so happy with this position with black. So that's why we would like to avoid this, and that's why king h8 was played. This is the current position. And yeah, soon this bishop will get out, either to d7 or to g4. That remains to be seen. But this game is going to be interesting. I'm very excited to see this game develop. I think both players want to fight. They want to play a game, and yeah, may the best win. Let's go to board 6. What are we looking at here? Jan Malek against Maxime Lagarde. It started with the English. Knight c3, c5, knight f3, d5, takes, e4, okay. Bishop c4, knight d3 check. Oh, I believe we saw something similar yesterday. I don't remember which game, but it was one of the games yesterday, one of the top boards, that started this way as well. And I believe there is a very similar variation with the opposite colors. So it sort of reminds me of one of the Sicilians where this is possible, but here there is a Sicilian pawn structure, but then we have this pawn here and this pawn here. It's a bit different, like it's mirrored in a way, but not really. It's quite funny. So anyway, king f1, knight e6, h4, knight c6, d3, h5, bishop e3, and g6. Okay, this is the current position. What is happening here? Maxime Lagarde, he has not spent time whatsoever. He is blitzing out the moves. And Jan Malek is down to, yeah, less than 70 minutes. That's tough. Yeah, I think both players, let me quickly take a look. Okay, so both players are trying to win here. So this game, both players have 7 points. 7.5 points might not be enough to qualify. It really depends on the tie breaks. So in order to secure your spot in the World Cup, you want to have 8 points. And that's why the players might be looking to win this game. Yesterday, Maxime Lagarde had such a tough loss. He really wanted to win his game. And yeah, unfortunately for him, he lost the game. And now he's, I don't want to say must-win situation, but I think he's even more eager to win his game now after what happened yesterday. And also to secure the World Cup qualification. A draw might not be enough. But you never know. He has been playing on the top boards quite a bit, so perhaps his tie breaks are not the worst. But okay, you cannot rely on tie breaks. You cannot make a draw and then rely on tie breaks. That's the wrong way. That's not the right way to proceed. Okay, so basically the boards. So if we go to the next one, board 7 we know ended in a draw. Let's take a look at board 8. I just quickly want to check how the players are doing in the standings. Yahli Sokolovsky against Igor Kovalenko. I'm just quickly checking. Oh, I don't see them in the standings actually. That is quite funny. I can't find them in my standings. That's not a good sign. Oh, it's because they have 7 points, right? Yeah. There's so many people with 7 points. I see that the last player on 7 points is ranked 48th. So there's like at least 20 people with 7 points, and they're all fighting to get a spot in the World Cup. So that is why if all these players make a draw, it's going to get really tricky with the tie breaks. So all these players are trying to win. If you have the white pieces, you will probably feel a little bit better about this. But playing with the black pieces must be really tough in the last round if you are essentially in a must-win situation. You might still get away with a draw. It might still work. But I think all of these players on 7 points, they're trying to win, which is why so many of these games are so exciting. Some of the games that are not so interesting already ended in a draw because they're happy with the draw. But basically the top boards, I think they're the ones that are fighting for the top prizes. And the other boards from about board 6 or maybe 8 yeah, actually it's board 6 as well. Board 6 until, I mean, it's like so many players. I believe until like approximately board 20 maybe even. I think all these players are fighting today because if they win today, then they will qualify. If not, they're out. Or maybe with a draw, a small chance, you know, not a chance you want to take. Not a chance you want to risk. So yeah, let's take a look at this game. Oh, it was the French. We love to see the French. It's one of my favorite openings. 92. Okay, the Tarash. So this is way more solid. It's yeah. I really like it if my opponent plays a Tarash because the thing is with the Tarash, you are basically okay to equalize the game with white, and if black already has an equal position from the start, they can potentially press for more easier than normally. So here c5 takes, and actually pawn takes was played. So typically queen takes c5 is played and you get into this very equal position that, well, it's a matter of taste. Do you like to play this or not? And I think Igor Kovalenko is trying to get some imbalance in the position, so by playing e takes d5, he is okay to end up with an isolated pawn on d5. Perhaps this is his taste to play this position, but it can be quite unpleasant with black. But okay, it depends how the game develops. Bishop b5, bishop d6, and now this is captured. This actually reminds me a lot of the French exchange. It's a very similar position. I have played this with the white pieces where I put my pawns on d4 and c4, and then the pawn of black is on d5. So it's basically a very similar position, but then mirrored, or like the other way around. So yeah, short castle, knight e7, and it can be very fun to play. Short castle, bishop d3, knight g6. So black is making sure that there's no attack happening here, not whatsoever. In the isolated queen's pawn positions with this pawn on d5, black wants to attack. Black wants to attack as much as possible on the king. And white is trying to trade pieces to minimize chances of an attack and to also weaken this pawn more. So the goal here with white is to block the square d4 with all you have, and then basically you want to trade pieces, and as you trade pieces it will be much easier to win this pawn on d5, because at the end of the day the pawn on d5 is a weakness. Where black is dealing with this weakness, they try to play around white's pieces and aim for an attack on the king's side, because that's where the king is located. So those are the main ideas in the position. There are some really nice attacking games when it comes to the isolated queen's pawn. There are some really nice ways to stop this pawn and try to capture it. So there's basically chances for both sides, but it depends how the position plays out. So if we continue looking, knight b3, bishop b6, rook e1, bishop g4, h3, and black takes. Okay. As I said, white is happy to have trades in the position, but this bishop didn't really have many good squares. I mean, bishop h5, you already lose the piece, so you cannot go back to h5. And if you retreat to, let's say, e6, it's a bit awkward on that square. So it is the best approach to take on f3. This bishop basically doesn't really have good squares. And also, what is good to mention is that knights are very strong against the isolated queen's pawn, because you want to control the d4 square, the square in front of it. And that is easier with the knight. Now you see that black is the one that basically has control over the d4 square. You can always push d4 whenever you want to. But I know that Kovalenko doesn't want to play d4, because then you get into a very drawish position. You want to keep imbalances in a position as much as possible. So some of the ideas that black has here, you can play knight ce5. Not trying to capture this bishop though, because when you capture that bishop, then we really start to enter positions that are very equal, and I think Kovalenko really wants to win this game. So I would be very surprised if he starts trading pieces or equalizing things a bit too much. He wants to create chances. So we will see how this game develops, but for now, Yahli is, he's probably trying his best to get an equal position and just don't take any risks. And there's no need for that. I mean, it must be a very tough pairing, because Igor Kovalenko is the #1 rated player of the tournament, and then to face the #1 rated player of the tournament in the last round, that's it's quite a tough pairing. And then you also have the task to win the game, because otherwise you're not sure about qualifying for the World Cup. So yeah, it's quite a tough pairing. So I would not be surprised if Yahli would be okay with a draw, but I think both players still want to fight and make the result happen at the end, like much later than in just a couple of moves. So yeah, let's move on to board 9. We're just going through the top boards, because all of these games are so important and they're going to be so exciting. So stay tuned. Ivor c5. This game is between Tumio Moterazavindratsima against Jonas Bulbiar. This is also a knight-erf with bishop g5. Ooh, very theoretical line. Knight bd7, bishop c4. Okay, queen e2, h6. Taking on f6. Interesting. Usually bishop h4, I believe, is the more commonly played move. But now bishop takes, queen takes, long castle, sorry. b5. And here we have the current position. Okay, so normally in those bishop g5 lines with knight bd7 and e6, there are some ideas with knight takes e6 or bishop takes e6 at some point, but obviously it's not that easy to play that. You have to be careful, but it's possible that black allows this, and then when you have the opportunity to take on e6, white gets into a winning position. So you have to be really careful here with black. it can go wrong really fast. So you need to know your lines here. You need to know the right move orders. So after h6, bishop takes, queen takes, and a long castle. Now the pawn on e6 is defended, so there's no danger regarding that. You typically want to get the knight to c5 as soon as possible to avoid any sort of tricks with knight takes e6. But now with the queen on f6, black doesn't have to worry about this anymore. And yeah, black will continue putting pressure on the queen side. And I'm curious to see how white will attack because, yeah, it feels a little bit empty on the king side. There's not much happening here. I mean, I guess white can easily push g4 and then f4. Not yet, but maybe at some point. But yeah, I do like black's chances here. I would be happy, I think, with the black pieces because something feels better about black's position. So yeah, let's see how this game develops. Nikita Meshkov's against Robert Hovhannisyan. Ooh, queens are traded off in an isolated queen's pawn position. Every single time I look at Robert Hovhannisyan's game, he is in an endgame. It's truly incredible. Like, I believe I cannot recall one game where he had the queens on the board and he didn't like go into an endgame soon. So he has been entering endgames every single time. I want to see whose fault it is. So let's take a look at the opening. Okay, it was the queen's gambit declined, knight c3, c5, okay. Okay, so it wasn't anyone's fault just yet. Queen b, queen b5. Okay, so it was Meshkov's idea to trade queens, because queen b5, it's not really the best move to play. It's also, it's one of those moves that the queen wasn't attacked. It's just that the pawn is hanging here, and you can take care of the pawn in different ways. Maybe rook d2 is a bit too unnatural, and pushing b3 is weakening too much. It would allow bishop b4 with the knight hanging. So you want to be careful here with white. So in one way, queen b5 makes sense, but I think this was, quite, how do you say that? It was on purpose. Queen b5, queen takes. Obviously also due to the fact that with the isolated queen's pawn, you want to trade pieces. With the queens off the board, an attack is basically not happening here with black. So yeah, interestingly enough, the computer is happy with black's position. Obviously, there's so much life still to this position. It's not all about attacking the king side here. Black can play this move g5 to hunt this bishop down and try to get some play here. Perhaps with bishop b4 and knight e4, that would also be very nice to target this knight on c3. And what did black play here? I believe rook d8 was played. Also a very good move, getting the rook into the action and then see what white decides to do. White doesn't have that many crazy options, so there's not much to worry about here. g5 can always be played by black, there's no rush. And yeah, it's always good to get the rooks in the action. Perhaps rook ac8 will be played. Obviously, bishop takes c6 is not quite happening. This would help black a lot to improve the pawn structure. And if you have the bishop pair, you'll be very happy in this position. So yeah, black will be happy with the bishop pair. Even though this bishop is not the greatest, it can become a better piece at some point. Okay, very balanced position here. And then Ivanchuk against Jan Schubel. Ooh, what happened here? G takes f3. Was that deliberate? So this was also Dario Lopez. Rook e1, b5. We're getting very similar positions. Oh wow, d4 immediately. This is like the opposite of the Marshall. It's like the Marshall is usually played with black, right? But now it's the white going for the Marshall, kinda. But white, after white played d4, black didn't take it, d6, and we're now in normal territory. Bishop g4. Remember in the other game where I mentioned that h3 is played to prevent bishop g4. Now that d4 is played without h3, there's bishop g4. And that's exactly what happened. Bishop takes, and that is why white was forced to take with the pawn. Otherwise, queen takes f3. Well, it's still possible, but you're losing the pawn for no particular reason. I mean, I see the computer say queen d1 as the best move. which already shows that this is a very strange position and perhaps not what you want with white. So g takes f3 played instead, knight a5, bishop a2, c5, and knight to a3. Well, a pleasant position for black, but look at the time management. Look at the clocks. Vasily Ivanchuk on 1 hour and 31 minutes. He has been playing very quickly. He must have seen this one before. And Jan Schubel down to 58 minutes. Very tough situation for black. I mean, you're playing such a strong player. You're playing one of the legends of the game. So it also adds some pressure perhaps to the game. You want to win, because if you win, you have a big chance to, well, you have a very big chance to qualify for the World Cup. So there's a lot at stake here, and that adds so much pressure to a player. So yeah, interesting position. I do like black's position much more, but I'm curious to see what Vasil will come up with, as he is, he's just walking around. He has enough time, and there's no problem for him just yet. I mean, his position, I would not be happy here with the white pieces, but he seems to be comfortable, and that's what matters. You might be in a worse position, but as long as you're feeling comfortable in this position, it can be easy to turn things around. So as long as he's comfortable, he can do anything. Then Dimitrios Mastro Vasilis against Alexander Indich. This was it was a Niter. It was a Niter. Okay. Also, it was a Dragodorf. Oh, we've seen this opening earlier in the tournament as well. Not with much success, but you never know. It's a very, it's quite a choice to play the Dragodorf. Very risky. I would always be very happy if my opponent plays a Dragodorf. Something doesn't feel right about the Dragodorf. So I have yet to see some game that black is winning in a crushing way, the Dragodorf. Could be that because I haven't really studied this opening, that I'm a bit biased because I have seen this with the white pieces a lot, but not with black really. So yeah, let's see what happens here. Rook d1 was played. So apparently you're supposed to play long castle here. Makes sense, actually. Yeah, I'm not sure if I would want to get the king to the king's side. I mean, especially because h5 is played. Yeah, that's not really inviting me to play short castle. But I guess this is similar to some... Is it similar to some line in the dragon where after h5 that white ends up playing short castle? I think it's possible, but... Anyway, rook d1, bishop d7, short castle, and knight to d5. Okay. It's a position, a very solid one. I would have loved to see the king here on c1 instead of g1. That would have been amazing, because that would be so exciting, attacking opportunities. But now we have the kings on the same side, and I guess we have a position, but it's not that exciting. But still, I'm sure that the players will bring life to the position. Very strong players. Indich has been playing some exciting chess in this tournament. Not in the most precise fashion. He has been spilling some points here and there. So yeah, I'm sure that he was looking for more points. But yeah, with a win today, he would still be doing fantastic. As that would give him the ticket to the World Cup. Okay. Let's just quickly go back to see if something changed on the top boards. I want to go back to board 1 for now. Okay, very similar position to what we saw in Ivanchuk's game, but now with a knight on f3 and not the pawn. So that's a big difference. Let's see what happened. So rook e1 was played, bishop f8. Okay, so the bishop went to f8, typical idea. Knight f1, bishop e6, a4. Bishop takes b3, queen takes, knight a5, and queen c2. Interesting. So typically, if we go back a few moves, typically with the white pieces, you want to keep this bishop alive. So here bishop c2 is one of the main moves, because this bishop, even though you tuck it away on c2, it's very it's a very good piece. It's one of the best pieces that white can have in the long run. So the bishop is staying here on c2, safe and sound, and you want to play d4 at some point and open up the diagonal for the bishop. It would be so helpful for the bishop, for white to have this bishop. So yeah, it's a bit of a surprise. Usually when we're taught this opening, we're told, oh, you should keep the light squared bishop alive. It's a very strong piece. This piece is not as good. But here, white was ready to trade the bishops off the board. And now we're in this position. So no light squared bishops in this game. It does help white in the sense that you get your knight to f5 easier. So that is perhaps what Detjadov is looking for. But at the same time, black can play d5 easily still. So, yeah. And he plays c5. Okay, that's also possible. Another typical move. It's interesting that d5 actually works, because this is the pawn on e5 is hanging, right? But there's queen takes c5, and I guess it's fine. But I would not like this position in terms of I have to move the queen now again, and I'm giving some squares to my opponent, but yeah, it's playable for both sides. c5 was played, typical move. So d4 doesn't happen that easily. You can still play d4 if you really want to. But I expect this bishop to develop to d2, or maybe the knight will maneuver either to e3, g3 to f5. So yeah, either knight e3 or bishop d2 will happen. That's my prediction. Okay, let's check board 2. What has happened here? Wow. Okay, I didn't miss that many moves, but it felt like so much has cleared up in this game. Knight takes a4, rook takes a4, a3. Okay, not allowing rook b4. Rook a6, rook ac1, and rook to c6. Okay. What is happening here? Very equal position. But when I see Aydin Süleymanli, I'm happy again, because I know that he will find a way to make this position exciting. So I'm not worried about this. I'm not worried about this. Something crazy needs to happen for Aydin to, not turn this into an exciting game. So I trust him with this position. But yeah, what are the ideas in this position? I guess black is targeting this pawn on b2, but it's a bit difficult to reach that pawn other than with the bishop on g7. So you need more forces to attack. But yeah, the queen has a difficult time to get out. I mean, you can play queen a5, but how far can you get into white's position? I would say I really like white's position. It seems pretty annoying to play with black here. But at the same time, it's not that easy for white to play here either, because it's with the traits that have occurred in the game already, it's a bit difficult to find some play here. Pushing the pawns will not bring you that much here with white. So yeah, this is what happens when you have those traits that define the position, but then there's not much happening. There's very less pawn breaks. Even if black manages to play, I don't know, f5, something feels wrong about the f5, perhaps because there is knight d4 and the knight can jump to e6 in the future. But yeah, f5 and yeah, actually I really like this f5 move to be played at some point. Not immediately, but it could be an idea. Because if he then weaken this pawn e4, let's say the f5 pawn takes the pawn e4, then f takes e4 and his pawn e4 would be quite weak. So I think that would be in black's favor. But of course, you can always take, and then you get this different position. Yeah, not much happening here. Not yet. Not yet. Okay. A lot of billboards still in progress, which is fantastic to see. Everyone is trying to fight. Just to give you an idea how many norms have been achieved already. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 Grandmaster norms already. Very exciting. Actually, let me recount this. Yeah. 6 Grandmaster norms have been achieved in this tournament. over 10 rounds or 9 rounds. Some players didn't manage to get it over 10 rounds, but they did get it over 9 rounds, which is still possible. 9 rounds is sufficient for most players. But yeah, amazing performances. One player that stands out to me is Anton Zlatkov. He is rated 2299 and he achieved a Grandmaster norm. Let's quickly take a look at his game. Let's see where he's playing, because it makes me so happy to see someone that is lower rated than 2300 and is already getting a Grandmaster norm. And if I'm not mistaken, I mean, I don't think he has gotten 2400. Otherwise, he would be much closer to 2400, right? So let's see, where can I find Anton Zlatkov? He had 6 points actually out of, what is it, 10? And I found him. I found him against Mats Andersson. Wow. He is on board 24. He has had such a good tournament, getting the Grandmaster norm over 9 rounds. I believe it says 9 rounds on my sheet with norms. And yeah, congratulations to Anton Zlatkov. What a phenomenal performance to get the norm. And with this, he's also scoring the IM norm. So perhaps he might be looking to get the IM title next, but unless he gets 2 more Grandmaster norms in a similar fashion, then he might be willing to jump ahead of the International Master title. But yeah, here we see them on the screen. I'm trying to gauge which board this is, but my feeling is that both players are sitting down. I believe he's the player. Well, with there's a lot of players with black shirts. But I believe Mats is the one there with the gray shirt and the glasses. So Anton Zlatkov is his opponent right there. And yeah, what a fantastic performance he has had. Early in the tournament, I was following him a little bit because it stood out to me that he was very high in the standings as someone with a rating of 2299. So that caught my attention. And then we're now in the final round and he's playing on board 24, facing Grandmaster, and he has the Grandmaster norm achieved. So kudos to him, amazing performance. If we take a look at the position of their game, we see that, well, Mats Andersson clearly wants to win. If we go back a little bit just to have an idea what happened in the opening, it was Italian, and well, I would never have guessed that that position came from the Italian, because h6 and then g5, wow. Going for the aggressive Italian as much as possible. And yeah, well, the main idea is, well, I was just going to say, you don't want to play h3 here. But then Anton played h3. No, it's not the end of the world. It's just a big inconvenience, because the whole idea is that when you play short castle or when you play h3 and black is opting for h6 g5, you don't want to play short castle. You want to keep the king here and kind of gauge the situation. So you don't want to castle unless your opponent plays short castle. Let's get those off. But now that white has played short castle, black doesn't play short castle just yet. With h3 now, this allows g4. Instead, you want to, I guess d4 was possible here with some d takes e5 ideas, or simply play a different move, let's say bishop b3 to get the bishop on a more neutral position, and then you have, let's say, knight c4, maybe knight e3, those kind of maneuvers available. But with h3, you allow g4. This is exactly what black wants. Now you're forced to take knight takes g4, rook e1, h5, and knight f1. At least for white, this bishop is not on c5. If the bishop is on c5, this is much more of a problem, because this bishop is so strong on this diagonal. Without the bishop on that diagonal, it's perhaps more playable for white, and it's not the end of the world. But with that bishop on c5, it's not the greatest to play that with black, with white. I mean, sorry. But yeah, white is doing just fine. This pawn is a weakness. I would be looking to play bishop g5 here with white. And yeah, it's clear that black is going for the attack on the king side, and white will have to defend. Not the most pleasant position with white, but it's not the end of the world. Black will try to attack on the king side, whereas white will attack on the queen side. So this game is one to keep an eye on, since both players are on board 24, and I believe that if I double check the standings, I think both players are out of contention. Let me double check this. I believe both players are on 6 points. So they would be out of contention for the World Cup qualification. Yeah. Okay, wow, there's so many players with 6 points. I'm just checking it on chess results, and I see that there's the last player on the list with like ranked 150th is with 6 points, which is incredible. Anyway, once again, congratulations to Anton Zlatkov. Let's see what he manages to do today. But this tournament, incredible performance with a performance of 2605. So yeah, fantastic result. If we take a look at some of the other names that got a norm, of course, we saw Roman Dimitrov that is now on board 1 with a massive performance of 2755. Another player that got the Grandmaster norm is Václav Finek. He actually got the norm with an exact performance of 2600. So yeah, he must have gotten really lucky with the pairings. It all worked out that he has this exact performance that you need to get the Grandmaster norm. So congratulations to him as well. We're seeing him next to Anton Zlatkov actually with the white pieces. We probably saw him earlier on the screen. He is facing Arsen Davtyan now with the white pieces. So yeah. Very interesting pairing. And wait, am I seeing this right? He has a rating of 2571. Wow. And he was not a Grandmaster yet. Wow. He must have had 2 norms at least already. So there is a chance that he is becoming a Grandmaster soon. Wow. Such a high rating, but not a Grandmaster yet. I mean, you see sometimes that some players, they reach 2500, but then they don't get, they don't have norms yet, or they are still on 1 or 2 norms, so they still need another norm. But to have 2571, especially on K factor 10, it's really difficult to get that much rating. Yeah, to gain so much rating in not too long of time. So he's on 2571, and yeah, he probably had already 2 Grandmaster norms. So with this, if it's his 3rd Grandmaster norm from this tournament, then he would be getting the Grandmaster title. So that would be fantastic, and he would fully deserve it, because 2571 without the Grandmaster title, that should not be allowed. It should not be allowed. It's possible, but not very probable. So yeah, great performance by him as well, very deserved. We also see, if I look around a little bit, Benny Eisenberg, he is not on my list, so well, maybe today's performance would be important to get a norm. Guy Levin also achieved the Grandmaster norm, also precisely 2600 performance. Very good job. He is getting his Grandmaster norm in from this tournament. And now he's playing against Simon Gumular. So he's on board 17. Also very, it looks, oh, I thought this also came from the Ruy Lopez, but then I realized there's the bishop on g2. If the bishop was here, it would resemble the Ruy Lopez quite a bit. But the bishop is on g2 instead, so that changes things quite a bit. And yeah, we see the players now on the screen. He has also had a good performance this tournament. I believe we're watching his games earlier as well. Very good job for getting the Grandmaster norm. Another player, I just want to quickly take a look at some of the players that got their norms. Let's see who I can find. I'm just checking this real quick if I can find them. Maybe they're on a higher board. No. Okay, I have to look for the international masters. Samuel Timothée Gimpu on board 22. He also got his Grandmaster norm with a performance rating of 2690. 19, sorry, not 90. Congratulations to Samuel. Very good job. Very nice to see. Player from Romania. I believe he's also quite young, if I'm not mistaken. This looks a lot like this. Oh, it's a Marazzi bind. So I was gonna say Scheveningen, but with the pawn on c4, we're in a Marazzi bind. Okay, interesting position, playing against Valery Kazakuski. So that's a fun pairing. We'll keep an eye on these boards. As right now, the players are spending quite some time. This is the stage where after the opening, they have to develop their plans. What are the ideas? And this is where they spend their time. They start spending most of their time here. It's between move 10 and 20 where the players spend most of their time. Because what typically happens is that they don't play quickly enough. So then after move 10, they spend a lot of time, and then after move 20, this is where they get into time trouble. This is how it usually goes. It's not how it should happen, but this is how it usually goes. So you spend most of your time between move 10 and 20, and that's the stage that we are in right now. Almost all the boards have reached move 10 now, and now they start to spend some time on where to put my pieces. What are the plans of the position? What is my opponent trying to do here? Should I disrupt my opponent's plans, or should I just stick to my plans and focus on that as much as possible? So here we also see Samuel taking some time. They're already on move 17. They've already made 16 moves, so it's very fair to spend some time here. So yeah. Kazakuski must be feeling quite comfortable in this position, but yeah, it's in this position anything can still happen. It's going to be a bit of a slow game where white slowly tries to improve their position. Do you want to play rook c1, rook d1, maybe this rook goes to d1. You can maneuver the queen to f2 to target the b6 pawn, but it's easy to defend for black because you always have knight to d7. So yeah, it's going to be sort of maneuvering around, see where to infiltrate. Do you expand on the queen side? Do you want to attack on the king side? There's many different ways to deal with this position, and black is hoping to play d5 or b5 at some point. So for example, let's say white plays rook here, and then queen c7, and then king here. Here, black can already play the move b5. Actually, apparently it's tactically incorrect, but just to illustrate that you want to have this pawn pinned on the c file. So c takes b5 is a big mistake because queen takes c3. Apparently still fine because of the tactics. It's very funny when you try to show how you might lose a piece, and it's the evaluation still says that it's fine. But this is the main idea, that black is trying to play b5 when this pawn on c4 would be pinned. So in this case, it doesn't work out, so you need to fine-tune this a little bit. But the main plan is you want to break through either with b5 or with d5 and try to open up the position for the pieces to come back to life. Typically, in a Sicilian, if black manages to play d5, black is very happy and has a much easier game. So yeah, the main goal of black, to play d5, to break through. But for now, black has to be very patient and try to solidify the position more and take it easy. Take it easy, very important. Once again, congratulations to Samuel Timotei Gimpu. Very good performance by him. Also getting the Grandmaster norm. And yeah, there's so many players that have gotten norms. Yeah, it's amazing to see such strong performances by the players. So let's jump around again. Do we have any progress on the top board? I'm just quickly checking if we don't see anything out of the ordinary. No, we see a lot of games still in progress, which is amazing because sometimes people tend to think, oh, last round, okay, I've had enough. I want to make a draw. I'm done with the tournament. Maybe the tournament didn't go your way. Maybe you don't have anything to fight for anymore, so you want to make a draw and be done with the tournament. It was a long tournament. 11 rounds is a lot. The players did have 2 rest days, so that helps a lot to stay in shape and to be relaxed and take it easy. But yeah, it's quite a tough tournament. I was yesterday I was speaking with Claudia Coulon, who was saying, 11 rounds is so much. This tournament is so difficult, especially because you're playing strong players almost every round. If you're not playing strong players, you are not doing well, which is not a good sign. But if you're playing well, you're playing strong opponents every single round. If you are, let's say, above 2300 or maybe even above 2200, you're facing strong position every single round. And to have this same energy every single round, that is quite a challenge. So yeah, it's a long tournament, very difficult. Lots of players that are also underrated, that perform better than their actual rating. So that also brings a lot of difficult games. I mean, we have covered most of the top boards, right? But there's so many strong players that are out of the top boards. We have over 200. We have 250 boards, and there are still grandmasters playing on, let's say, board 70, which goes to show how strong this tournament is, and that we still don't get to follow their games, even though they are very strong players and they deserve to be followed for their strength. And there's so many exciting games that we tend to miss here. So if you find an interesting game for us to follow along, please let us know in the chat. Despite the 15-minute delay, we are trying to keep an eye on the chat. So let us know, and we might tune into those games at some point. So yeah, we try to cover the top boards as much as possible. But if we are missing out on some action on some of the boards, either top board or lower boards, let us know. Okay, I see some action happening in the game between Akaki Kalichava against David Navarra. David has had a tough tournament. This is board 46. We just quickly see what's happening here because White seems to be in a winning position here. Ooh, what went wrong? I just quickly want to check here because this seems to be something went wrong here for Black. It was a Sicilian with queen takes d4, bishop to d7, bishop takes c6, bishop takes, bishop g5, e6. Okay. Very solid approach. Queen a5, king b1. Nothing seems to be going wrong here. h4, h6, g4. Ah. Okay, I like this because after h6 g5, a takes g5, and there's some danger here. It's terrifying. Typically, you don't want to take this bishop because it allows the h file to be open. So you try to be careful here, and you don't want this to happen that easily, right? But David did go for h6 g5. Yeah, that's so terrifying. Knight h7 was played, and now knight d5. Wow, this is madness because after e takes c5, e takes c5, the bishop is under attack, but there's also a checkmate threat. And after g6 to stop this checkmate threat, there's d takes c6, b takes c6, and yeah, I want to say that this knight is sort of out of the game, but Black is able to capture pawn g5. I'm guessing that David is simply saying, okay, I'm taking your piece off the board and you show me how it's done. How are you going to prove to me that this is a good sacrifice. So I think optically it's still not so clear why this is good for white. I think black still has chances to come back. I think white has to play very precise here. So obviously David Navarra not going to make it that easy for his opponent. It will be on white to find the best moves. Although after rook fe8, okay, this is allowing knight takes e7. So knight takes, rook takes. Yeah, this knight on h7 is not happy. This is a big problem. As long as you have knight takes g5, I guess it's fine. But I'm already looking at moves such as rook h2, rook dh1, and with rook h8 around the corner, you can survive the checkmate, but you cannot stop rook h8 and then to not lose the rook on a8. Either you're going to get checkmated or you're going to lose that rook. So yeah, big problems here for David Navarra. Let's see how this game will proceed, but for now, very worrisome. I would be very concerned here with black, but yeah, maybe David is seeing some ideas, or maybe he missed knight d5. Maybe he underestimated this, but maybe he's still seeing some ideas to recover and yeah, have an okay position. It's funny to mention that the move e5, which looks very interesting, right? Because, oh, checkmate threat. And, my knight is not hanging because this is, queen takes h7 is going to be checkmate. It's actually interesting to see that this is fine for black after knight f8. So that goes to show it's not that easy of a position. You have to play precise here with white. It might be very interesting to play e5. Also, as the computer's thinking more, it's already saying, oh no, it's actually really good for black. So yeah, this is a very intense position. And yeah, knight takes c7 is a logical move, but yeah, it might go, it might be reconsidered because of e5, such a tempting move to play. So let's see. Let's see what will happen here. For now, I want to go back to the top boards because that's where the most important action is going on. Let's jump back to board 1. Roman Dechtyanov against David Anton. What is happening here? Okay, so the knight has gone to e3. Players are spending quite some time, right? We were earlier here. They had a lot of time. Queen c2, c5, and here white spent quite some time, about 16 minutes on knight e3. Makes sense. This is the phase where the players spend a lot of time. They try to figure out what to do, what's going on. But yeah, typical Rory Lopez position, although without the light squared bishops, which is changing things a little bit. But now the knight has reached e3 and might be heading to f5. At the same time, black is trying to attack on the queen side. Perhaps he's looking to play b4. Playing d5, it's possible, but something feels off about this. You don't really want to play this. It feels a bit too soon because his pawn on e5 is a little weak. So instead of taking on d5, you'll be looking to play the move knight g4. You can also include a takes b5 at a convenient moment. But yeah, the main idea is with knight g4 attacking the pawn on e5, it can be a little bit tricky. Okay. No changes here. Let's check board 2. I keep entering this board thinking, oh, so much has happened. But then only 2 moves have been played. Oh, I'm seeing something interesting. a3, rook a6. Rook c1, rook c6. Oh. Knight b5, repetition, question mark. Not in Aydin style. If this was any other player, I would believe that knight b5 would be played and then to make a repetition. But I didn't know. Although the 2 players are both from Azerbaijan, so there's always a chance that they just end up agreeing to the draw. But I don't think so. I don't think so. I would not be surprised, but it would be more in his style to keep playing. Every single game for him is a fight, and he doesn't want to take chances. And well, he wants to take chances, but he doesn't want to settle for the draw. that easily. I think he played against, was it Nicolas Dikacharava? And he got into this Berlin line. And yeah, it was, I don't remember the opening exactly, but it was some variation and it fizzled out into a draw. And yeah, that was one of the very few ways to stop Aydin from winning. So if you need to come up with preparation that gets into this very like draws position and then there's no way for Aydin to get out of, then you did a good job with your homework. But otherwise, I think Aydin is just going to keep playing. So yeah, not much has changed here either. Let's check in with Abasov and Deak. We haven't been here this board in a while because Deak spent a lot of time here on h6. So e3 was played, c5, e3, bishop takes, pawn takes. Okay, classic Nimzo Indian structure. White has those double pawns here. This pawn on c4 is often the target. You want to play b6, knight c6, knight a5, and bishop a6. It's one of the ideas. You don't have to play this. There's many different ideas. It sort of depends also what White's plays, but it's one of the ideas to attack the pawn on c4. d6, bishop d3, knight c6. Okay, e4 is also possible because with d6, you're getting ready to play the move e5. That's the plan. So e5 was played, d5, knight e7, a4. Interesting decision, knight g6, and now a5. Okay. So black is ready on the king side with the knights, although it's hard to see how black can continue. I guess you have the idea to play knight h7, knight g5, because at the end of the day, we want to control that square f4. As long as white doesn't have f4 to either take on e5 or to push f5, depends, then yeah, black is fine if that is not happening. So stopping f4, very important. Also good to note that with the knight on f3, it is more difficult to play f4, right? With the knight on e2, it would be a little bit of a different story. But now the knight is on f3, this setup is very safe to play. a5 is played, okay. And yeah, I'm wondering if white wants to even go for a6. I would be surprised. But yeah, for now this is the plan. Interesting. It also stops some b6, I guess. You don't want to push those pawns too easily with black. You want to keep the pawns here. The problem is that if you keep your pawn on b7, then this bishop cannot move. Because typically white plays either queen b3 or rook b1 to attack the pawn on b7. But you don't want to play b6 either because that becomes a permanent weakness. So yeah. We'll see how the game continues. For now, black is focusing on the king side. White is being very ambitious on the queen side. But practically speaking, I like black's position more, and it has to do with the fact that this move f4 is not possible. And I feel like there's more life in the position for black with knight h7, knight g5, strong idea. And you could play f5 at some point. I mean, I'm just talking here about general ideas, because obviously it depends how you proceed here, how white continues. Maybe white sets up a position where f5 is the worst move in the position. So you have to be careful with those ideas. But yeah, knight h7, knight g5, I think is the main idea. Short castle, you're not in a rush to play castles, actually, but it might be helpful in order to push the pawn to f5. So yeah, very interesting position. Anything can happen here, but for now, both players have spent quite some time. And they're only on move 12 so far, so this might become a time scramble. I mean, with Deak, it's almost going to be a time trouble for sure. But Abasov also spent quite some time, down to 58 minutes. So we'll see how that will go. Okay. So far, we see a lot of action, but it's quite steady. A lot of the players are here to win, some players want to win and the opponent wants a draw. So I think this is a good time to go for our first break. We have seen so many excitement happening, some players fighting for the win, some players are okay with the draw, but we've only seen just a few games that ended in a draw already. So we are going to have a lot of excitement happening very soon. A lot of players want to fight and we are here for it. Stay tuned for more action after this short break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the last round of the European Individual Championship. My name is Women International Master ANNA-MAJA KAZARIAN, and I'm now joined by Grandmaster ALOJZIE JANKOVIC. ALOJZIE, what does the last round mean to you? How excited are you for this round?
Yeah, it means a lot. Thanks, ANNA-MAJA. First of all, as I was saying this before, this is new WGM. So WGM in making, you need the Congress or how it goes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're waiting for the council.
Very good, ANNA-MAJA. Deservedly, you got your title, and yeah, actually, I'm excited since you know, last round. It's not only about chess; it's also about like such psychological pressure. Some players, you know, tend to stand that pressure better than others. So I'm curious, since I'm sure we will have some turnarounds and you know, some missed opportunities, blunders. It's not easy to be concentrated and yeah, with energy till the end. It's a long tournament, although 3 days of course help. But anyway, I believe that it won't go according to the engine evaluation. So we will see some turnarounds. Let's start digging the games. Let's go and see how is board number 1 going. I was expecting that. Okay, so I was saying this already before. So to win against Anton Hikaru David, you need to create chances, take risk, play something which is also not under your control. And I believe that Roman is doing this in the right way. If I'm not mistaken, he's a Ukrainian champion. Oh. Once again, and I'm always doing this in broadcast. Of course, I have this full understanding for the situation, and it's not tough, not easy to concentrate on chess. So big kudos for all Ukrainian players here. Just to remind you, European team champions in 2025. Women came second, if I'm not mistaken. So, of course, it's not easy to focus on chess. So big kudos for Roman playing a fantastic tournament. And I think that he actually is doing the right thing, creating chances, going sort of all in. This is the only way to outplay David and, maybe clinch the title and those kind of things. It's nice to qualify to World Cup, but I believe that you're seriously changing your visibility with the medal.
These players are also safe because they have 8 points, and from last year the cutoff was at 7.5. So some players with 7.5 qualified to the World Cup, and some didn't. So with 8 points, I believe you're quite safe, and that's why I think both players with 8 points now, they are ready to fight. And we've also seen David Anton play a lot of fighting chess in the tournament. But I think what Roman Decharov is aiming for here is winning the tournament.
Yeah. Actually, you're right. I was actually speaking more about other players who are chasing this world qualifying spot or winning a medal. So here it's also about a prize. So you're sharing prize. So in that sense, draw is not bad because you will secure quite a good one. However, yeah, if you make it to win the gold, this is another story.
Yeah, because if Roman wins this game and is the sole leader, like the winner of the tournament, without sharing this with any other player, he receives the Grandmaster title immediately.
Oh. Although, as I said, I don't believe that this is some kind of long-term game changer. For him, becoming a European champion, this
is a very big deal.
Yeah, this is a very big deal.
Yeah.
So I believe that this is the right approach. You need to show to David Anton Hikaru that there is a chance that he might lose a game. And then with that, playing for all 3 results might, start to make him a little bit more uncomfortable, spend some time, and maybe in some time trouble to use this opportunity. Playing like risk-free position, sort of, you will never outplay him, and maybe you will even lose that like slightly better position, or equal position, since he feels and he knows a little bit better how to play that kind of thing. So, great strategical pickup. Big kudos to Roman. A lot of chances here. So I believe that this is a right approach. Actually, this was, I would say, missed opportunity by Stefansson Vignir, who was trying to play this controlled risk position. I don't know, all three results possible, yeah. So looking forward to this position. Muradli, Sulejmanli, we were not sure what will happen in this game. However, the game goes on.
Hold on, they were repeated moves, and I think Aydin was ready to take the draw, but Muradli declined.
Yes.
Wow.
And he actually does this quite often,
Wow.
So he is not the one who is afraid to take risk. Okay, having worse additional criteriums, right? He's hoping for winning this game. If I'm not mistaken, here we have this direct encounter stuff, which usually, doesn't happen here. So players, you need that all the players have played between each other. If this is not the case, then second criterium is Buchholz. So I believe that, okay, maybe on very top we might have players who would, like having this cycle closed between each other, but for World Cup, less likely. So, of course, he's on 8. If he wins, then he's maybe also hoping to win the tournament.
Yeah.
How about, okay, this position, same material, however, White has better prospects on the queen side. Usually, bishop on a3 in Greenfield Indian, in some other lines, is better than the bishop on g7. Why? The reason is that White just empties that diagonal, a1, h8, and start playing on the queen side. By the way, we have a result. Korobov versus Gurel.
Oh.
The game ended up in a draw. And quite a solid result for Edis. He will have good additional criteriums.
Yeah, his tiebreaks are amazing. Both players now on 8 points, so they should be safe for the qualification to the World Cup. So, yeah, I think draws a good result for both.
Yeah. Big kudos to Edis, also Anton. Very good one. So they are sort of invited for something. Is it anti-cheating? I see volunteer.
Might be.
Yeah, approaching them. There was a famous, I think, story when the one player, he was first asked for anti-cheating and then for anti-doping. And then he asked this, I think that he asked at some point, is there any other inspection here? Or check.
What else?
Yes, where else to go? Please call the other inspectors that I, solve this together. So, another draw. Martyrosyan Dudin, I was predicting that draw since it's fine for Dudin. He's qualifying.
Yep.
And Martyrosyan as well. He had some tough tournaments. How about last year? Let's remind who was the one qualifying.
Yeah, so I think Haik barely made it last time with 7.5 points. And from these people, Maxime Lagarde also qualified last year. Shant Sargsyan, who is not at the top right now. I believe this time Shant is on 7 points, if I'm not mistaken. So, oh, he's on 6.5 even. So he is. He has to win. Yeah, he has to win, and then still hope that he will be in the top. Last year also, David Navarra qualified, but this year he has a tough tournament. Robert Hovhannisyan also qualified last year, and I believe he's still fighting to qualify this year. Stamatis Kourkoulos Arditis, I believe he's playing, but we haven't seen him as much this time.
Stamatis, he was suffering crazy bad beginning of the tournament, as you recall, something like 2 out of 5 or something very bad. But then he managed to fight back, and he was close to top.
Oh, yeah.
But then in the end...
He's on 6.5, yeah. Okay. And Jordan van Vrees, but he's not playing. Jobava is not playing. Riyad Samadov, he had a fantastic tournament last year. But this year, he's on 6.5. He can still make it, but it's difficult. All the players with 6.5 points, it's... you got to be very fortunate to qualify. And you first have to win, and then be lucky with the time breaks.
Jonathan O'Connor from Ireland, watching the games, enjoying, this first row experience. Yeah, sorry for interruption, but
no
last
worries.
round, it's so cool. How about you? Do you like to stand and follow games? Sometimes I'm so, tired, especially when I know there are some team events and you're going from one to other, checking other matches as well, and it takes some time. And I don't know, like I feel that I was walking for few miles.
I mostly like to walk around and not think about anything, just clear my head a little bit and get some steps in, because you sit for hours at the board and you're not moving around that much during a tournament. So I find it very important to walk around quite a bit, and maybe I catch a glimpse of some games. I'm always very happy because if let's say I follow a game and I see, oh wait, there's a tactic possible that was just allowed. If I manage to spot this tactic, it makes me very happy, because I usually don't focus on games too much. But if this situation arises, I get very happy about this. But generally speaking, I don't really watch the games, other games. I'm too busy with my own game.
Got it. So, speaking about other games, Deac versus Abbasov, I would say, or Abbasov versus Deac, I would say that this is Spassky versus Fischer.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall the number of the game for sure. Viewers will help us in chat. So, this is typical. And I was analyzing this line a lot, and sometimes you have those ideas. For example, turning idea is that in this situation, after, let's say, castle, sometimes black plays move like king d7. And if you do something, whatever, I don't know, king c7. So this is a way how black deals in this position. And the point is now that this rook needs to stay, so that's why long castle was not an option. Bishop was actually not needed on d7, so with this way, a little bit slower, but artificial castle proves to be an important resource, and then black starts rolling his pawns. However, I was analyzing this position a lot, and you know with which motive I was breaking this position. And if you don't know the motive, you might struggle. I will now make that move.
Okay.
And I believe that it won't jump to like -3. It will go to maybe to -1. Maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe timing is not good. But I will make that move. I saw this from Mamediaro, but in other games, and I was actually also using it in Blitz, and at that time it was revolutionary.
Like knight d4 or something. Okay.
Take a look of the evolution.
Wow, that's not the big
So I'm
difference.
giving a piece, and it's jumping only to -1. While I think if you go a little bit deeper, that will go to 0.60, and very unpleasant to play. And if you don't know that motive, you might underestimate it totally with the black pieces. And when it happens on the board, it's a real unpleasant surprise. So let's say that I take, now probably something with c5 or so, and maybe engine will smile about this position, but for human, it's horrible to play this position.
It's a disaster. I mean, the black pieces are so misplaced.
Yeah, and some Medjaro would enjoy it, you know, Shiro. And this is why you need to know the things. And more you know, you might catch your opponent. So if I know this motive, so I see this, and then I'm trying to sense what would be the right moment, and I sort of start to lead my opponent to the wrong track. I don't know, I play like King, Queen C1, like looks like that I'm threatening something. He goes G5, and then I play Knight D4. You see, now we are on minus 0.4.
Wow.
Now if you take CD plus 1.5.
Wow, amazing.
So you cannot take this second pawn, and it's already a huge mess. Zeros, take a look, zero.
Wow.
Which means in practical game, it's a
big plus.
It's probably a big plus for white, you're right. And what's the problem, Anna? I know this for 25 years. I never got a chance to,
Never?
You know, to execute. So that's why the problem with chess that you can like have enormous knowledge, you can invest, and it just never happens.
Very upsetting.
I would love to have this chance, you know, I would feel it. And, you know, when you make Knight D4 move, yeah, that's why we are all living for,
yeah,
right?
you make the move with a big smile.
Yes.
Wow, amazing. Well, I believe Bishop C2 was played while we were in a different position, but yeah, I think Abasov is not going for this, right? He's going for something very safe.
Okay. A little bit different. But
Right.
black needs to go this King D8, King C7.
Okay.
Now, actually, he's not planning to do so since this usually it doesn't go in combination when the pawn is not on A5. But maybe it's possible as well that he will think how to transfer. I was expecting that this game won't be so sharp. Big kudos to Abasov.
Yeah, those games are very exciting. I mean, some games have ended in a draw, but yeah, most of the games, the players are fighting. There's so much at stake for the players, whether that's prize money or the World Cup qualification or winning the tournament outright. So yeah, there is a lot at stake for the players, and it's fantastic to see that in the last rounds they are trying their best to win.
Okay, let's move on. Let's see how Maxime Lagarde is doing.
Oh.
Versus Jan Malek. Pawn up, right?
Pawn up, yes.
Big kudos for Malek. He is deserving to go to the World Cup. By the way, where is the World Cup? Next one. I'm trying to recall. So,
is it already
last
announced?
year was in Goa, India. I was there. I even made a ceremonial move between Aronyan and Arjun Ergaisi. That was cool. And so in 2 years, I think it should be Kazakhstan, if I'm not mistaken. So next year. It should be, if you go to the calendar of the next year, 27, you will probably find it. So I believe that players are fighting to go to Kazakhstan, but I'm not fully sure. Olympiad is in Uzbekistan, but this year. So World Cup is sometimes connected with...
Not sure if it's already announced.
No?
I don't
Okay,
think so,
my
yeah.
bad. Usually it's was connected with Olympiads.
Okay, that's why.
Abu Dhabi is 28.
Yeah.
So something between. By the way, I played that Abu Dhabi Open. It was in August, beginning of August. Can you imagine?
Wow.
How was it in Dubai?
Oh.
When I went out from the airport, and it's heat wave of like 55 real feel degrees Celsius. So Maxime is contemplating. So regarding his game, it looked like, okay, this line is super popular. Everyone is playing this. Even Chuk played it the other day.
Yeah, we saw this earlier in the tournament.
When he won, when he lost versus, if I'm not mistaken, that was versus Nicolosi. And normal. Oh, yeah, total blunder. He just blundered the pawn. And this is about this last round. Pressure, tiredness. I told you about it. You just calculate bishop e5 and you totally forget about rook e5.
Oh, wow.
And I don't know, if he had played something like, let's play some move. Can I go? Maybe I cannot. Rook c8 or something, normal game goes on.
King e6.
King e6.
Just defend the pawn.
Yeah, he just played b6 and forgot about it. And now a pawn down. And chances, however, very grim.
Yeah.
How about Kovalenko? He's always creating chances. His opponent is sort of playing for a draw. However, he's always playing those games whom he preferred to play. However, always it looked like it will be a long game and it might steer to a draw, but he's keeping it alive, but without some serious chances. This is the problem. He's not playing that kind of chess where you have some Sicilian, everything is hanging and it's going from +1 to -1. He's playing games that is always sort of around 0, but with practical chance. That's his approach.
I like Black's chances here because earlier we had this, it was a French tirage where he took with e takes d5, so he got this isolated queen's pawn, and I wasn't entirely sure about the position, but this seems like a big improvement for him, where he doesn't have the isolated queen's pawn. This bishop on c3 is not good, and the knight on f4 is amazing. That's the perfect place for the knight.
True, but Capablanca showed that it's possible even to hold. When having an isolated pawn, this is sort of improvement for white, since Capablanca managed to hold position where black had e6, dreamed domination, knight was on d2, and d5, and white had bishop on d2. Capablanca played this b3, a4, f3, g4, and hold. And here white has this improved version. So at the same time, it's improvement for black, but white has some improvements compared to some bad setups where black wins. So black is having like nice position. However, to convert, you need to be like very skillful, and maybe even your opponent needs to help you a little bit.
Okay.
How about Jonas? Oh, really? This is a chess game with all the pieces hanging. What's going on? Huh?
Wow.
This is really wow. Take a look of the position, and now like this is memorable.
Wow.
So bishop d5, big kudos to Timothy.
He spent so much time on it.
f4, e5. Fantastic series of moves. Big kudos. Still, it's unclear. However, big kudos to him.
Wow, he's sending the full house.
Yeah.
He's going all in.
So how do you proceed?
Good question. I mean, there's two knights hanging, but okay, if you move the knight on e4, at least the knight on d4 will be safe because of the pin on the e file. I guess knight g3 is the first move that comes to mind.
Yeah, because I don't see that that white can bring the rook. So maybe he can actually. But it's not good though. So you mentioned knight g3, normal move, a good one. But there is something better. So is it knight to d2? No. Why this is so bad? Some queen d6 or what? Maybe. So moving the knight might not be the best way to go. I was thinking knight f3, but I don't think that this is a good move. He takes. Ah, I can take on f5. So that's his calculation.
Really?
Yeah.
Ah, and then rook f1.
Rook f1, and they are now going, I don't know, queen g6.
Wow.
It's probably bad because king is weak. Some queen h5 will happen or something with a huge pressure. Maybe queen h5 is now imprecise. So it's still good. Queen g6 domination.
Wow.
Yeah.
Rook takes c7 is threatened.
Yeah. Yeah, let's show this. You're right, ANNA-MAJA. After king g8, queen g6, whatever you do, rook d7 and nice modern mate.
Very nice.
So after queen g6, so after queen f5, rook f1, queen g6, black is already worse, which takes us to the conclusion that here some better move is needed. Really? There is a better move now than moving the queen. Or am I missing something? So queen g6 is not a good move? I don't believe that black can sack. Okay, this is special. If some knight b6 works, this is special, but there is no chance that this will work.
Yeah.
He's just engine once again. Queen h7. Yo! Woohoo!
Wow. That
Come
doesn't.
on.
That should not be legal.
Come on. Oof. Huh? To get that skill that you can play those kind of things and that you can have control and have this vision that this is possible in calculating in advance. Queen h7. I'm really impressed.
Yeah, this would be incredible.
Yeah, so actually we managed to show what's behind the stage. Let's put it that way. So moving the knight, he can take on f5. So please, ANNA-MAJA, keep an eye on this game, which move will be played.
Yeah, will do.
Hovhannisyan is doing great. It will be very tough for Nikita to hold.
I see Hovhannisyan end up in an endgame every single time. We've seen so many endgames from him, and some worked out very successfully for him, some not so. But for the most part, he's shown fantastic chance in endgames, and I'm surprised to see that this game, another game where the queens were traded off quite early on.
Tense. And we see Šubelj, Slovenian player, versus Vasily Ivanchuk. How about that? What's going on?
Quite a mess on the board, actually. White has a bishop pair, but White's king is also quite weak. Black is up a pawn, but... Wow, such a messy position. The knight on a5 is under attack. So you probably have to defend it or move it. But White is also planning to take on e4. This is a very messy position. Also, White is threatening bishop b4, so Black has some issues to solve here. Perhaps queen takes d5 is important to consider, but it doesn't feel like it's good. It's very tense. Both players on 33 minutes, so they have plenty. They have enough time, but if they start spending a lot of time, then they might end up in time trouble soon. They're on move 20, which is why it's still more or less fine. and they only need to play 20 more moves until they reach move 40. Yeah, what a position. The pawn on c4 can be of help, because then you can play knight b3 perhaps to support the knight, but yeah. I would be very happy here with white's position, actually. Despite the fact that the king is so weak on g1, I would be very worried here with black. I don't like black's position. What do you think?
Yeah, okay, I still see some potential. For sure, Jan as the representative of younger generation. For sure, he's calculating well. So this position is about calculations. You know, will you jump to b3? Will you make some intermezzo move, or forget about the piece? I'm checking is some crazy stuff. Yeah, it's not working. But for example, some stuff like sacking a piece and those kind of things. Do they work or not? So.
Yeah, I guess white can just defend with king h1 and rook g1, and it should be fine.
So it will be very interesting. How about Injic? Master Vasilis, very classical, very stable player. To win against Dimitrios, you really need to show something. Yeah, it's huge to win against him. So is Alexander there to deliver and to show his shape from 2024, where he just crushed the field, winning that European Individual Championship? I'm curious, since how it looks like that he sort of dominated a bit, that Master Vasilis has everything under control.
This is actually from the Dragodorf. I was very surprised to see this opening on the sport.
Yeah, now you're already familiar with
yes, now
with everything. So Ginger GM, greetings to him. And yeah, this c3, you know, it's quite unpleasant. I know this from Khan Sicilian. I know this from Dragon Sicilian, when exactly this happens. Knight goes to d5, white pushes c3, and all of a sudden, like changing the structure doesn't work. So very interesting. Next to Injic is his friend Denis Kadric, who is playing versus Santos Latasa Jaime, and he seems to be outplayed, but this is a mess. Denis is an interesting player. I would love to see him perform well. Although these days with this setup of the World Cup with nominations from country, it's not so big deal to qualify, because I don't know, like if you are a representative of one country where you are like the best player, most likely you will play, you will be nominated. So it's not like end of the world if you don't qualify. In my time, it was only way, and you could have like 100 I don't know, Russians or Germans, and there is no restriction, and it was really tough. I recall playing this. Can you imagine? I was playing this this type of game. I was black. I needed to win against 2650.
Wow!
In the last round, and I won.
Oh,
I won against Smirnov in Sicilian in Dresden.
Wow.
So that feeling when you need to win last round to enter, but at the time, at my time, it was only enough for enter the tiebreak. And then I played against Elyanov. He was 27-20 or something like that. So then I need to play against Elyanov, who is 27-20. So it's crazy, tough. But I was in this situation. I know how it is to play this last round for the qualifier.
Not easy.
So I have a feeling what they are. Okay, he's playing this line he knows by heart, and it was played many times. So it's not something new. Just to remind you, Denis is one of the experts in gioco piano Italian game. However, slowly he got outplayed.
Yeah.
King d2, but this is typical. You have your king in the center and you want to run away. Typical reaction, and by, you know, fulfilling that pressure, that demand in yourself, you're making a mistake, or like you are deteriorating your position. But this is so human. For example, you're playing also material down. First chance to grab the material back, many players, you know, cannot resist.
Yes.
Since this feeling of I'm like behind on material, I'm down material, I need to, you know, I'll do something. Yeah. I might lose a game if my initiative evaporates. This is typical, and I don't know. Now I have this wisdom, but when I was 20 years old, unfortunately, I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, we all have that, and it's so important to evaluate the position properly. Usually, when you sacrifice material, you are attacking and you're trying to get this counterplay going, but then you get tempted by capturing the material back, which actually in reality loses the advantage. So yeah, you want to keep the momentum going, and yeah, it being okay down material, it's very important to have the skill.
When you are in a good shape, you have an option. So you're playing, let's say that you sack a pawn and you're playing a pawn down. And then comes this first chance to get the material back. Or let's put it this way. So you are sort of having initiative. It's an equal material, and you have a chance to grab a pawn, which actually, by your good play, you manage to get that chance. However, if you grab that pawn, your opponent will get some small initiative. You don't know how big it is. However, if you don't take that pawn, you keep up with your initiative. Maybe that will be the only chance where you could grab a pawn. And what happens? If you are in good shape, you resist to grabbing a pawn and you keep up with the initiative and get something with dividends. When you are in good shape, you take that pawn because this was the last chance, and you know your opponent's initiative evaporates and you win the game. When you are in bad shape, you always make a wrong decision. You take the pawn when it was not good. You don't take a pawn when it was the last chance to take it. This is typical for like a grandmaster, for a chess player, top chess player. And you know immediately afterwards, or few moves, suddenly his opponent's initiative becomes much stronger than you expected, or there is no chance, your initiative is evaporating, no chance to grab the material. So this is typical. I knew immediately, am I in a good shape or not, after one or two games, if I have that kind of profile.
Yeah, that was also the case in, it's a game that is not one of the top boards, but it's the game of David Navara. We were looking at it briefly, and David, he captured the piece when he shouldn't have. It was a sacrifice on board 46.
Typical. This is typical, as I said, in a good shape, good decisions, in a bad shape, and sometimes you make your decisions by pure luck.
Yeah.
But everything goes your way.
Yeah. He seems to be fine now.
He took a piece in this, you mean in this position?
A few moves back. It was ace takes g5, yeah. It was this.
He took a piece which was dubious. However, his opponent was not up to a task, being lower rated. Knight d5, this is a nice touch. If you take, and there is this checkmating. This is actually double attack. Once again, to repeat the theory of double attack. We have a piece and another piece. We have a piece and a check, and we have a piece and a checkmating threat. So this is this third scenario. Why it's sometimes important that you know, for example, also you have absolute and relative pin. Absolute pin is towards the king. Relative pin is towards any other piece behind, rook, queen, and so on. Why is this important to say to yourself, or to recognize? Since when I'm doing this pinning in a relative way, that a queen is behind, I'm always on alert that there might be unpinning. When I'm just executing an absolute pin, I'm relaxed. But more like those things you're saying to yourself, you are avoiding blunders or you are actually more precise. So rook e8, rook h2, also natural desire to double. I opened the h5, let me double the rooks.
Yeah, it costs another piece.
Yes. However, David is... Now the problem is if he takes this one. Oh, am I seeing? Do you see it?
I don't. Something with queen e1. Yeah.
Yeah, I think queen e1 is a winning move.
That is incredible.
Am I right?
Yes.
Yes. So I'm still in the shape. I might win some game in future. I will be playing some leagues. Like I like to play 1 or 2 games. You know, like weekend and so on. So this is a special defense and so easy to miss. Okay, it's possible to miss it before now top players, they will see it immediately at this moment. But for example, from afar, that you see that rook h2, e takes, rook f1, and then that you spot this is fabulous.
Yes.
Big kudos to David. And then queen e3 was not planned. It was necessity. Big kudos to David. I love it. This is a real and now he's back to business, although still his opponent is putting a serious pressure towards him, and being 2300, it's not something you expect from your opponent. I see also that Demchenko is fighting hard against another. David just made a move. He is determined and he's calculating. What did he play, f5?
I believe f5, yes.
Okay. Another mistake. Now he's giving his opponent serious winning chances. Is it knight f6?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Maybe I should play some blitz. Some tournament. Let me know, guys, if there is any blitz here in Poland tomorrow. Let me try.
Yeah, I mean, this is fantastic, but it's so difficult to play for both sides now.
Okay, so what we are actually waiting for? We are waiting for Timothy to play that knight f5 stuff, and then the queen goes to h7. And he's still thinking about it, really?
Yes. Oh, he's down to 13 minutes now, which is not a good sign because they are only on move 17. So that is very far away from move 40 to get extra time. So yeah, that is looking difficult. Other than that, yeah, most games are still in progress. Ivanchuk has an interesting position, which is apparently equal. Board 1 is that's going to be such an exciting game, I think. Board 1. Because Decharov is trying to win his game, so does Savil Danton. And yeah, and Malik is trying to win, but it's a rook end game. Anything can happen in a rook end game.
Okay, so will knight f6 happen here? Not yet, since there is no opponent of David. Anything else to find? What do you prefer to check? Is there any super sharp game where to go? We have Maurizi versus Simon, for example, which is quite sharp.
Wow. It was board 14. It was deliberate queen sacrifice. So let's take a look what happened here.
Okay, so this is this line of Caro-Kann, sort of playing this mix of Caro-Kann French defense upgraded. And here sort of white is just trying to conquer some space. However, black is happy. So I believe that you need to play first French defense, that you know to appreciate those positions when you get rid of that bishop, and that you suffered, you know, for years. And then, thank God, I have French defense, yeah, where I got rid of that bishop.
Makes sense.
So black was extremely happy, but it came sharp very quickly. Knight. Okay, this is not a normal chess. However, it's still. I think this was also played in some games. Knight b5. Oh, and it's a good practical decision. You know, engine might overestimate white chances. I'm not sure that white is better here, since engine maybe is counting the material. However, here it looks to me quite fine for black.
Yeah, it almost looks like black has this fortress at least, and on top of that you can collect the b4 pawn and maybe the b5 pawn, and if you manage to take those pawns, the b pawn becomes very strong. So I think white has to be very careful here, and yeah, it's hard to find a plan here with white, whereas black has a clear plan. So even though the computer says that this is a better position for white, optically this looks much better for black. Simply because black has a plan. And white's plan, I guess white is trying to attack the pawns on f7 and h7, but yeah, I'm not sure how successful that will be. This bishop, the dark square bishop is not very strong or it can't do much. And especially because if black didn't have this dark squared bishop, it would be a different story. But since black also has a dark squared bishop, black covers the dark squares, and it's hard for white to infiltrate somewhere here.
Yeah, I fully agree. Typical position where like engine assessment helps you a bit, but it doesn't clarify all the things, right? So how about other games? Where to go? Let's check some other possibilities. This game is the one which we will be following. It seems that Ivanchuk, let's go back to our top boards, by the way. So let's go first Ivanchuk, who is board number 11. As I said, it's not clear at all. I'm not sure that this is so easy to play with white. Let's put it this way. It's hard to have a control of this position, so it's more about who can find something like extraordinary. And you mentioned which game? Okay, first game.
Oh.
You see, Roman is pressing strongly. Big kudos. I love the way how, as I said, he has picked up his opening.
Wow.
David Anton only all in.
Is this the
G4.
first time that David Anton is in a worse position this tournament? It almost feels
No,
like
he was against this young Israeli player.
Ah.
That was very tough for him against
Noam
yeah, candidate master. By the way, I think that Noam took an IM norm.
Yes, he got an IM norm with a performance of 2,501.
So we were in the restaurant and there was a group of Israeli players and they were celebrating his IM norm just before the free day. And then our organizer, Lucas Derle, sent him a cake with an IM sign or something like that.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah. I think that it was actually filmed, so there might be some footage of that.
Oh, yeah, he has a rating of 2,199, so getting an IM norm with that rating is incredible.
Yeah. So Suleimanli, actually he got slightly better position.
Wow.
So Muradli choice didn't pay off, but what to do? Yeah, this is typical.
Yeah, I mean, white has this long-term advantage because of the queen side. You can create a passed pawn there easily. And white, with black, you have this pawn to f5 move, but yeah, white doesn't have to respond to it. So I think white can simply proceed on the queen side. But yeah, I think it can easily fizzle out into a draw, especially now that the heavy pieces are off the board. And yeah, black also has some control in the center. So yeah, this game is going to get interesting. I was saying earlier that with Aydin Süleymanli, it's less chances that, a very simplified position that it will end up in a draw. He still finds ways to get the position interesting and very sharp, or he finds some tactics that were not there previously. But it was this time, it was his opponent that rejected the repetition, and apparently Aydin was okay to take the draw. So now the players are fighting. It's good to see both players are from the same country, but they still both want to win so badly. So that goes to show how much there is at stake and how important this round is for the players.
Let's go full screen since Muradli is unhappy. If you ask me, it's obvious. Very good player. Somehow he's struggling to make a bigger breakthrough to go to 2650 and so on. However, very dangerous. He's always in the all tournaments. He's like starting very well. Very good player. It's funny how he's now thinking. And as you said, it doesn't mean when players are from the same country, if they're compatriots, then people immediately, it's a draw. What's the problem? I didn't have maybe one or two persons with whom I sort of be super friendly in terms of playing chess game. What's the problem? I played against my coach, against my colleague. So I think we have another result. Right behind them, there was something happening. If we switch this angle to this broader one, we might see who were the players. Not top boards, maybe around 50th place or something like that. So, who is standing? This is even lower. This is a player, if I'm not mistaken, from Luxembourg. No,
Spain.
And this is for Spain. No, I know, but his opponent.
Player.
No, I'm not sure which. This is not Belon Lopez. Lopez. Miguel, right?
It's board 59. Yari Röger has
No,
won.
Miguel Martinez, Josep Manuel, sorry, But I know that it's Lopez.
Wow. Okay, some games are finishing, but there are so many games still in progress, so much at stake. And there's some really exciting games. And now that we are getting closer to time trouble, it's gonna get even more exciting. The players have still some time to think about their moves, but not so much anymore as we are approaching time trouble. The players are either a little close to 40th move or very far away. So I think soon we will see some big excitement happening as the players have to make their moves very quickly. I believe Aydin made a move here, but I don't see it. He played move g3, right, okay. So he's taking it easy.
Okay, let's see deck. Is there any fire on the board coming? Different approach, g4. This is very strange move from Nijat. Frankly speaking, I've never seen this, even without engine evaluation. What a move. g4. But at that time, that Leningrad Leningrad Nimzo-Indian was played by Spassky, by others, and it was quite known. And those positions where White has double pawns and locked center, and then, as I said, sometimes King goes to this side, or we have those knights versus bishops. What was very popular, and players were capable of making good plans in that position, prolong the direct assault. However, for younger generation, I believe that they are not spending so much time in that direction, and that's why I'm not so surprised about this. It's very, very strange. However, yeah, maybe it's good enough, but I don't believe that it will lead anywhere. As you write, it might fizzle to a draw.
Yeah, this is interesting pawn structure. White has double pawns, black has double pawns. It's hard to say that if someone has an advantage here or can fight for a win. Black's pawns are weak, white's pawns are not much better. So yeah, this game might end up in a draw, but you never know what can happen in time trouble. The players are on move 23, so they only have 17 moves to go. But with Deak playing, I am very worried about his time. He's on 14 minutes now, and he can burn time very easily. So this game is still a game to keep an eye on.
Okay, good. I agree with that opinion. So Lagarde versus Malek, as we were saying. Oh, this is typical also for young generations. They get the advantage, but then patience starts to tell, and the G4 was a good move, however, maybe not necessary so quickly. Okay, and they repeated a bit, and he created a weakness. This is an issue.
Yeah,
now I believe that this will steer to a draw. Oh, he actually has misplayed it in like 5 moves.
Yeah, maybe he should have been more active with King C4.
Okay, and then King B4.
Maybe King D5? Oh.
Okay, King D5, but it allows Rook C3. Okay, still possible.
And you have this passed pawn. Maybe you take on H5 first. Oh, but then there's Rook C5. No, that doesn't make much sense.
Okay, but this is a pressure. Probably Rook F, as you mentioned, King E5, Rook F3, take on H5.
Okay.
Really? Okay, now engine play starts. So G5. Okay.
Yes.
This is more to
and
the
then
point.
Rook D1, Rook D7, yeah.
But now after Rook F7, suddenly he has a weakness to defend.
Yeah.
Kovalenko, we were saying about slightly better position, or even more, but now I don't see any advantage. Believe that this game will steer to a draw.
Board 9. Knight takes F5 has been played.
Oh!
This line is on the board.
And big mistake according to engine. Queen H7 was the move. This is something special. He went for Queen G6, but then this is better for white. I believe that now, like people are saying, what's Jonas doing? How come he made a mistake? But it's crazy to place the queen to H7.
Yeah.
So this is a current position, and quite an unpleasant one, since we are basically heading to the thing we were commentating. I believe that Robert will press for a long, and Schubel versus Ivanchuk. Yeah, now things are happening in Vasily's favor. He might even exchange the queens. Not necessary at the moment, but this is how he's playing. Injic.
Whoa.
He's just worse.
Yeah.
He's just much worse.
White's pieces are so
Master
nice.
Vasilis is so tough opponent to play when you need to win and you are black.
Mm-hmm.
So good player, classical player. Kadric. Totally. Oh, what? Queen on G1. Usually Denis is the one who is playing fast. He just got crushed. Jaime is doing a great. This is desperation.
Yeah.
Bishop h3, even not fully precise, but a good move. And now Jaime is thinking.
Yeah, but this, despite the fact that Jaime has 4 pawns for the piece, but his pieces are so much better. Pawn on g2, rooks will soon enter the game.
Yeah, but now he's also sacking another piece.
The rook on a8 is hanging, right?
Yeah, a8, f8, both rooks are hanging. This is something special.
Yeah. Maybe he can take and then play d5, d4, but you have to be very careful here.
So if I jump to f1, what's going on? This is I'm losing, dropping the material, right? Am I calculating correctly?
Yeah,
Yes.
at least bishop takes f1.
Yeah, so this is a target, crazy position. There is a pin. Here, possible promotion. Okay, bishop e6 probably saves some time for black. Since I don't know, like bishop e6, d takes, and now I have a move. This is obvious. So you see there is a potential like promotional motif, but I'm just checking. There is no enough. Yeah, I'm thinking where to go. Okay, moving the rook, but where? Very interesting.
Yeah.
So how do we win? Queen e5 here, tactics. So simple for a computer. You mentioned d5. Not a bad move, probably winning one. Queen e5 I was thinking, but it's not a good move. Bringing the rook down, it's a good one enough. Knight e1, not good enough. Not bad as well.
Wow.
Knight h1. Even this is better. No, this is crazy. Okay, and then the last thing is just to move the rook, which is not good. So it's knight f5. I can play that.
Just knight f5?
Yes, and I believe that this just wins. Okay, so I believe that we can go for a small break, let's say, from following the moves. And then we will have a guest, I believe.
I believe so too.
And then we will find out what has happened in our games.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We have a special guest in the studio, Lucas Derle, who is a FIDE Secretary General and also the person behind chess in Katowice. Welcome, Lucas.
Welcome. Thanks for having me.
Welcome. The tournament here, European Individual Championship, happened, or it's still going on, but it's happening in Katowice. What does it mean for you that this tournament is happening in your city?
After 4 European Blitz and Rapids, which were kind of record-breaking, the biggest was for 1,400 players, we decided to apply for this classical event, the event with, of course, larger prize pool and the places for the World Cup, and we are very glad to have it. We have over 500 players, over 100 grandmasters, and this is like dream coming true. Also for very young players from Poland and especially from the region, from Katowice. Just in Katowice, we had 2 world champions, under 14 and under 16, Patryk Cieślak and Jakub Siman. So for them to have opportunity to play in their city, in front of their colleagues and supporters, this is, I think, just perfect.
Wow, amazing. Can you tell us a bit more who you are keeping an eye on in this tournament? Are there some local players you're supporting or maybe players outside of Poland? What about the players?
My absolute favorite, it's Vasily Machuk, of course. When we knew that we will have this tournament in here, we immediately started to speak. I really wanted him to come here. I think absolute legend. But over the couple months before the event, we were approaching many players who were traveling to Poland for some tournaments or were participating in other tournaments. We really wanted not only to generate big numbers of participation, but also to make sure that this tournament is very, very strong. And I'm very happy with the result. When you are looking at the starting list, like so many colors, different flags in here and there. So this was the goal, and I'm very happy that we managed to achieve. When you are asking whom am I supporting, I like to see so many super talented players. When you are seeing Edis Gurel playing in the open tournament, I think the player who will be huge star. He is already a huge star, but he is still growing with his career. But also this tournament brings opportunity for many young players from all around Europe. We see many parents, many accompanying people here, and we are glad. And I really hope that in a couple of years someone will say, because of the tournament in Poland, my career just boosted. So I think this is the dream of many organizers. We've seen all these videos of Magnus Carlsen at the age of 13 beating Karpov, making draw against Garry Kasparov. So this kind of history, I hope it's also being created for some of these players.
Yeah, with so many participants breaking the record of crossing 500 players in European individual, so many players from Poland. I believe the number is over 160. We have so many grandmasters participating here, and there was one board reserved for the top Polish player, board 6. What was the thought process behind this, and who decided this?
We are investing a lot for media. We want to show this tournament in the best way possible. Actually, the event is being promoted by the same agency which was working with Polish national team for the Olympics, which just finished in Italy a couple weeks ago. So we were putting a lot of attention for promotion, especially in Polish medias, and this was one of the key things to highlight top player, and we have a special board, a special camera. We have Polish broadcasts led by Grandmaster Mateusz Bartel, super strong player, 4 times Polish champion, but also a streamer, very popular streamer. So many people started to follow chess, to play chess because of him. So we are very happy that he's here, and also this camera is helping a lot for Polish Polish stream, and I really hope that time to time you are visiting this game as well.
Oh, yes, absolutely. We keep highlighting that board 6 is the board of the top Polish player, and we have been following so many of the Polish players. They've been playing such good chess and very strong performances. And yeah, it's amazing to be able to follow the top Polish player every single round, no matter where they are. So that's fantastic. And yeah.
I can mention about one other player, because you mentioned the 6 board, but we have an amazing player playing hybrid, in a hybrid form, international master Lucas Novak, who is kind of role model for many of players who has not achieved these titles yet. So I think it's worth to check some information. It's like just I'm under a huge impression of every result, every game that he's playing.
Yeah, there's one player that is unable to be here in the playing venue, but the organizers made it possible, together with FIDE ECU, I believe,
Yes.
to organize a special occasion of having the player play from home, but making sure that there's an arbiter present and making sure that it's all according to the fair play rules. So it's fantastic that the organizers, you were able to arrange this so that this player, international master, is able to participate in such a strong tournament still.
Yes, we have this. We were a bit worried that if it would be more than 500, say 550 to 600, it would be difficult to fit everyone. so actually, before the event, we decided, of course, to contact National Federation with invitation. But the final number of players is just perfect. Because the room is full and all the FIDE rules for competitions are met. It's enough place for walking, so players are not that much disturbing each other. So just perfect number. I was dreaming of 500 plus. We have 503. I think.
I believe so too. Yeah. And we see another game finish as well. The players agreed to a draw after all in this game between Abasov and Deak. So yeah, the players, they are fighting for those World Cup qualification spots. But yeah, they still ended in a draw. Some players are trying to win.
Here on camera we have world champion under 16, Jakub Siman, having a very, very good tournament. Still if he wins today, he has chances, but this group of players with 7 out of 10 is just enormous. I think 40 players. So this Buchholz will be deciding, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. It's so many players still fighting for those top spots. With 8 points, you're more or less safe, but 7.5 is very risky. And we've seen Jakub's games. He's been playing amazing chess. The last 2 games, he was having such good positions, but unable to convert.
Yes.
So I'm sure he wanted to have more, but today he gets another chance. If he wins today, then he makes a fantastic chance to qualify.
We have in Katowice, and there is a club, Hetman GKS Katowice, which is 9 times Polish champion in team competition in Polish Extra League. With all top players, Polish players, Duda Płytaszek, Bartosz Soczko, Grzegorz Gajewski, coach of Gukesh, playing for the club for many years, but also international players. David Navarra is playing for club of Katowice for last 20 years already. Wow! I think missing only one season, but also Daniel Darda in previous years. Ruslan Ponomary was playing. So this chess on the international level here in the Katowice are, I think, doing very, very well.
Wow, so Katowice big in chess. Can you tell us a bit more about some of the past events here in Katowice? What are some of the biggest events held here?
And the biggest was the European Blitz and Rapid for almost 1,400 players. But what we are very proud of is that in the city we have different types of chess. So both professional tournament, as we are having in here, Blitz and Rapid, every year hundreds of players, usually coming up to 1,000 players. There is very, very interesting tournaments for schools and kindergartens, reaching up to 1.2, 1.3 thousand. during one day. People are coming from all around Poland. During this event, we had 470 kids from schools, only from the region, competing.
Wow.
This was one of the ideas, to use this wonderful venue and give them opportunity to play at the same boards as the grandmasters are playing. But there are plenty of events for amateurs. But what we are very proud of is that we started the chess in schools in half of the elementary schools of the city, in cooperation between the city chess club, the sponsors here, the Mokata group, which is supporting also here, is very much involved, and UNICEF was involved as well.
Wow.
So it was this kind of in cooperation on the international level, and we were discussing about this during this conference, which happened in here. 20 plus international guests, and altogether I think more than 40 speakers.
Wow, amazing. Yeah, we had a lot of side activities also in this tournament. There was a Blitz tournament, a special tournament for VIPs here, and guests.
Yes, the tournament for VIPs, this is all what we are also doing here. To make this kind of event possible, this event we need to gather a budget of around 550,000 euros to make it happen on this level with this kind of branding in the big sport hall, and it is only possible because of the different group of people being interested to do this kind of event. So we are building this environment for business, authorities, national government being involved. And what is very, very important, this is not this kind of event is not supported by one company, one sponsor who can disappear and you will never organize anything more. It's just a structure which is built for many years, and this is just growing. Yesterday we had Blitz for VIPs, and people from so many different companies, representatives of the city, people who are just supporting or connecting chess with different businesses were participating. Over 30 people. 30 people
Wow.
coming, joining, and this is this kind of fundament on which we are able to build, because the ultimate goal for the city of Katowice is to organize the chess Olympiad in the city.
Oh, really? Oh, that would be fantastic.
Yes, this is the goal. We had the chess Olympiad once in 1935.
Oh.
And which is already a couple years
Quite
ago.
a few years ago.
And one gold medal in 1930.
Wow.
So, but both female team and male team is quite strong. Our ladies are now the European team champions. So there are all the reasons. So many young, talented players. I think this is the ultimate goal.
Wow. Well, with the reputation you're building here, also in Katowice, it would be a delight to have the Olympiad happen here in Poland.
Yes, I hope many of you will visit the city in Poland, hopefully very, very soon.
Yeah. What are some of the future projects that you're planning?
In my capacity of FIDE, we are organizing a couple projects in upcoming months. There's a World Teams Blitz and Rapid Chess Championships after London, Astana, and Düsseldorf. We're going to Hong Kong, so very interesting location. Very good team working there for the event. Many interesting ideas. But on the other hand, we are preparing World Universities Chess Championships. It will be an online qualifier. Just couple days for registrations, so please check FIDE website, FIDE World Universities Championships. The qualifications are being organized online on 2nd and 9th of May, and top teams will top 8 teams will get the prize of going to Astana to Almaty, sorry, to Kazakhstan for the finals, and all the costs are being covered. Flights, hotel, and the Kazakhstan Chess Federation offered 50,000 euros as a prize pool. So it is an opportunity to fight for the title. And also there are some other motivations. So to all our viewers who are having the strong teams at their universities, it's just a couple more days to register. One team per federation can register fully for free. So we are really encouraging you to check on the FIDE website and register in upcoming days.
Well, fantastic. Make sure to do it on time. So, yeah, with that being said, Lucas, I want to congratulate you on such a wonderful event. It was so well organized. It was amazing to be part of this event as a commentator, even though I hesitated slightly to participate as well. But being on the commentator seat, it was a pleasure to be part of this event as well. And yeah, it was such a successful event. We're still going on, but yeah. Thank you so much for the amazing organization.
We have amazing team, both people from chess and with different backgrounds. So I'll pass all the congratulations for them. When you have amazing team, you can achieve anything.
I believe so too, and I think that's a great way to end here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
It was a pleasure to have you here in the studio with us, and yeah, good luck with all the future projects.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
FIDE World University Team Chess Championship 2026. The road to Almaty begins online. Online Swiss qualifiers on lichess.org. The top 16 teams from each online Swiss qualifier advance to Stage 2. Stage 2. Online knockout. The pressure rises. One match decides everything. The strongest teams earn their place in the finals. From August the 3rd to 10th, the world's best student teams gather in Almaty. The prize fund, 50,000 euros. One board, one team, one title. Join the journey from screen to stage. Your move starts now.
And I'm back. You also wanted to say, let's check the moves.
Yes, because we're so excited.
Let's see what's going on. Let's check Anton Hiharo David, who seems to be in a lost position versus Dehtiarov Roman. If he wins, that's a great story of the tournament.
Especially because all the other boards, the top 7 boards except this one, ended in a draw. So if Roman Dehtiarov wins this game, he's currently completely winning. If he wins this game, he not only does he win the tournament, which is a fantastic performance, and it's such an important title to have, but he also becomes a grandmaster outright, right away.
Fabulous thing. Let's get the camera from that match, since last 3 moves before the time trouble. And will he get overexcited and misplayed it? Who knows?
He seems so composed. I cannot tell from the position that he's in a winning position because he seems very focused and normal, not nervous whatsoever, but he is focused and I trust him with the position. He is ready to take down none other than David Anton Hiharo.
2 pawns up, but I'm more praising his opening choice and the way how he played later the game. You need to risk. Maybe 9 out of 10 you will lose that game. Who knows with that style? But you are buying that chance to become a champion. What a story! We will have a huge smile, I believe, and sign of relief if this happens.
I think so too. He's currently winning position. He has enough time, 11 minutes, to figure the position out, what's going on. But from the evaluation, we see he is completely winning. And his position also very convincing. Black's king is quite weak. White's pieces are doing fantastic, all working together. This rook is ready to join the action.
In the meantime, we have some results. Jonas Bjerre has won his game. Santos Latasa as well. We have Kazakuski winning his game. Stamatis, we could see him just checking this game. And Rook A6 has been played.
Amazing move. I love it because the rook was the only piece not joining the attack just yet, but ready to, and he puts it on A6. And looking on the 6th rank, the knight is now under attack. The queen is defending it, but you have to keep looking at the knight here, so that limits Black's options to proceed here. What move did he make? Knight to E5? Okay.
Yep. So, direct win?
Yeah, when you look at the computer evaluation, there should be something concrete here, but...
Okay, bishop G7 wins.
Right, because queen takes the pawn D6
Yes,
drops.
so bishop G7 wins. It's good enough, maybe not the best move, however, quite a practical one. And what will he play?
Oh, what a moment.
Rook A7. Oh,
of course.
of course, even much better. Yeah, let's outzoom. Let's get the full screen. Forget about the board. We will see the resignation. We will see some sign of relief.
Yes, we want to see the full screen of this board because it's a very special moment.
We are waiting for full screen.
Immediately he responded to that move. Oh my goodness. He knows. He knows that he is winning this game. Oh, what an amazing view. You can see from his face that he knows he's winning. Let's see if we can get the board on full screen so we can see both players and the handshake. There it is, the handshake.
Let's please go full screen. Yes, finally we got it. And sign of relief.
The winner of the European Individual Championship, Rohan Decharov. What a performance. He is the Grandmaster right now. He has become Grandmaster.
There will be a fair play check. He got congratulations from his opponent. Very sporty behavior by Anton David, and they both need to go maybe to the fair play check.
Unbelievable. Is this the youngest winner?
18 years old. We will dig a little bit history of this event, but fabulous achievement. 9 out of 11, right?
Yes.
Oh, this is crazy.
Wow, what a performance. Amazing.
Especially, as I was saying, coming from Ukraine, in these days, this is something special for his home country, himself as well. So big kudos to win that game. Yeah.
Deserving
admiring,
champion.
what to say.
Deserving champion, it's fantastic. He only lost to Ishikcan, who also very strong player from Turkey, but his tournament did not go as smoothly as it could have been. But with this win, Decharov can now call himself a Grandmaster, and it's fantastic. He just gets the title immediately.
I'm speechless. Big kudos. Let's just briefly check, do we have any other game where sometimes trouble? Okay, how about this one? It seems that Robert Kovhannisyan, let's get the board back, has misplayed it. Let's bring the board back. Yes, we got it. Okay, still pleasant for black, but it seems that he lost a big part of his advantage. Injic Mastrovasilis. Injic has managed to save himself, it seems so. Maurizi. Okay, it's a time trouble. Jakub is winning. But now, huge blunder. Now it's a draw.
What?
What was the mistake? Queen H8, I believe. Yes.
Maybe there's something concrete to
play it instantly.
Immediately fight. Oh, it was earlier.
Or something before.
Yes, something earlier.
Yes, here, King E6 was already
Wow.
mistake. But it's understandable. Not possible to control this position.
Mm-hmm. It will be such a heartbreaker because Jakub Seeman, he has been winning, in a winning position already in the last 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
Now, once again, another 2600 that he is in a better position against, but oh, it would be such a heartbreaker if he doesn't win this game once again.
Knight F3 has been played. Maybe this is enough for a draw. If there is a mechanism, but I don't see it yet.
It's not so clear, yeah. Because black wants to play rook d1, rook g1, and go for checkmate, rook h1.
Okay, still it's not a checkmate.
Yeah, the game still goes on. All these players are still fighting for their spot in the World Cup. Very important. Also, Stefansson, we haven't touched on his game much, but he seems to be doing well in his game.
He needs to win?
I believe so. I believe he should win his game, and he seems to be completely winning.
Okay. Oh, last seconds. and he misplayed it a bit, but not much. He's just winning.
Okay, yeah, he's up a full rook at minimum.
Here Maurizi still trying to find a way. Oof. Take a look of this position.
What a strange position.
Wherever you look, it's a mess.
Mm-hmm.
Who is better here? But let's stay with Maurizi for a moment. He's trying to find a way. I see Gokerkan being unhappy versus Darda.
Makes sense.
He's worse.
Not anymore.
No, not anymore. A draw.
Wow.
What
Knight
is...
f3?
It works? Really? Yes. No, there is a checkmate.
There is a checkmate, yes. That's why I'm
No.
wondering.
So knight f3 is not working.
Oh,
Yeah, so
that's a pity.
now it will be something like more like king g8.
h6. h6.
Yes, or something like. This is not a bad move, h6. It's not great. Okay, maybe something like knight g4. Yes.
Wow.
So Gokerkan
Classic.
is trying this move draws. So knight g4. Will he go for it? He's thinking, and he will move the king. He doesn't see knight g4. He has enough time. He has more than enough time.
He doesn't like his position.
Yes, he doesn't believe that there is a mistake. King
no,
g8,
king
huge
G8.
mistake. And now Darda will win that game. And going back to Maurizi, it seems that...
He's still thinking.
Yes.
Stefansson won his game.
Big kudos.
Yes.
Qualified in the end.
After all, he had such a fantastic tournament. But then at some point, he was pushed back from the top boards. But now he's back in the top 20.
Great result by Vignir. Big kudos to him. He just booked his seat. So we have a move.
H4 and rook d1.
H4, yes.
White is better?
So this was a mistake. Rook d1 was a wrong move. Now probably something crazy with it. Should have been played something like g5 or I don't know.
Yeah.
What was the move? No?
F5?
No. You mean? No, I don't believe in f5. But it's, yeah, it's a try. Somewhere with the rook. Maybe rook d2? Not really. So tough to find a knight e1 check and then come back.
Yeah, maybe that was good. Yeah.
Probably a move. Okay, let's summarize the situation. We had so much drama. So we have all the draws and we have new European champion.
We do. We have the winner.
Crazy. Being, which seed he was like
126.
Fabulous. Fabulous achievement.
The first time that the 2400 won?
No, this is spectacular. His performance is 2800.
Almost, yes. Maybe after this win.
And how about his tournament? Against whom?
So he
played?
beat, just going by the Grandmasters, Emre Can. He drew Abbasov, then he beat Pichot, Leonardo Costa, Lorenzo Lodici. He drew Edis Gurel, he beat Maxime Lagarde, and now David Aton.
But this streak of winning versus Pichot, Costa, Lodici, Lagarde, Anton David, I'm not sure that even Magnus will be able.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing.
So, Ukrainian champion. Big kudos to Roman.
Amazing performance, and it would be amazing to see him play for the national team of Ukraine someday.
Kovalenko, not better anymore. Meshkovs,
Struggling. Difficult to face two bishops in an
but
endgame.
he was doing a little bit better. Ivanchuk made a draw. Mastro Vasilis versus Injic, it seems that it will steer to a draw
Wow.
somehow. Maurizi seems to be much better now, but not so simple. Gokirkan is lost. What a missed opportunity. Gumularts. Who is better here? Not so simple to say. Amar is winning. Pichot. Better maybe, but not so simple to do anything. We mentioned that in the game Biera versus Timothy, so this was a mistake. But Queen G6, however, he was very long time and could not figure it out. So +3.
Yeah, this was winning.
Yeah.
Oh.
Queen F7 was a big mistake. There is something subtle here.
I have seen the move already, so I leave it to you.
Okay.
I don't want to spoil it for you.
Spoiler alert. Probably some knight f6.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep, knight f6 was winning, and then at some point you pick up some bishop because the bishops are loose.
Okay. And yeah, Jonas was very lucky, but he made it.
Strong players are always lucky.
True. Pinek lost.
Okay, but he still has a grandmaster, Norm.
Yes. He was outplayed.
And what about Zlatkov? I believe he's winning against Mats Andersen. Wow. Wait, he will have 8 points if he wins this. And then he would be qualifying for the World Cup. Fantastic.
Sargsyan and Sargsyan is winning. Shant, he seems that he cannot win the game. Samonenko versus Tudor. Samonenko has outplayed Tudor. Yilmaz Mustafa losing a game. Tough loss for him. Ishik Chan, he was having a fabulous tournament. How many points he scored in second half of the event? I believe that he did like less than 50%.
Yes, he didn't win since round 5 anymore. After beating Roman, then he went downhill. Wow, that's what Roman did to him.
Max Warmerdam losing his game.
Oh.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah.
So, what can we say regarding possible qualifying spots? We can say that for sure qualified are Abbasov, Suleimanli, Dekhtiarov, big kudos to him, Anton Hiharo, Muradli, and then Gurel, Kacharava, Donchenko, Martirosyan, Dudin, Korobov, Deak, and some players we need to win. So the one who won, Biera Jonas, Maxim, Maurizi is getting closer. He's getting closer. Santos Latasa, Darda is getting closer. Then Stefansson.
I'm starting to think that 8 points is not even enough.
Yes.
There's too many players with 8.
Yes, that means that with 8 players you won't.
Wow.
We won't qualify, and these are players like Davtyan probably, like even Amarelam, Maestro Vasilis, okay, this game will end up in a draw most likely. Yeah.
Wow.
So, we'll go for a break, since now things have settled a bit. First game to follow is Kovalenko versus Sokolovsky. ANNA-MAJA, yeah, thanks. Thanks for your contribution today. It's a moment that you take a break.
Sounds good.
And we are back. I'm still impressed by the fantastic streak of our new European champion. Big kudos, but let's check our games players who are still playing games that are still in progress. We have Kovalenko, who is desperately trying to win his game versus Sokolovsky, but actually he's not going anywhere. As I said, it's tricky. You want to win that position. It seems that you are better. However, it's very hard to get anything than some temporary activity. Kovhannisyan has bigger chances, and it seems that he's doing much better. He's outplaying Nikita. Bishop is way stronger than a knight. However, he needs to work a lot to win. Of course, motivation of those players who want to qualify is much, much higher. They have like winning position or better position than those who are in sort of desperate position. However, you never know, your opponent can like overstep time limit, anything can happen. So motivation also for players who are in worse position, also sharing prize sometimes. It's not like being worse and then you will give up. So what's the key here? So he's slowly trying to push the pawn, maybe to fix some weakness, also to go with the king. This is a weakness. It's not so simple, and black is also counting that white king needs to stay close to his kingside pawns. Injic versus Mastro Vasilis. Actually, this is a silent draw, right? Bishop f8, takes. Can this king hide somewhere? Probably not. Just some h4 and the game will end up in a draw. If you give check, king goes to g5. Oh, he cannot escape because I have h4 now, I spotted it. This is a nice checkmate. So king takes h4. Now this piece will be deflected. I'm curious, I'm trying to find some nice stuff. So without this queen, this is a checkmate, which means that we can deflect it. However, then queen f2. So something else is needed. And is it a nice queen c8 move? Very nice one. If you take, checkmate. And not simple at all. Bishop f8 immediately shuts down the game. So will he go for it? Maurizi has played this king g3, and Jakub is thinking how to keep the game going. It's not so simple. Gokar Khan has missed this unique chance to play this knight g4, to stay in the game. It will be a draw. Around here came this chance, knight to g4, takes, king takes, and this is a bad position since this one is hanging, so he needs to come up with something else. It came to my mind something like this, but this doesn't work. Always some tricks. This is a checkmate. but it doesn't. Ah, you cannot even cover. Sorry, I forgot. But it doesn't work due to queen f2, and this queen falls with the check. So that's why after knight g4, he needs to play something. And what's that something? Queen g3 allows queen d4. I'm curious now how to fight. Very interesting position. So queen h2, it's a serious threat. Bishop g7 doesn't work. I don't see the move to stay in the game. That's crazy. I don't see it at all. So rook a8 was not good. Queen h2 is coming. You see how tough is chess when you don't show the lines, ng lines. So I cannot find it myself now. I'm struggling to find it. Okay, as I said, my concentration is not the same as the one of players. However, anyway, I should be able to find this move. So what's possible? I cannot move the queen because queen d4 is coming. So I would say that this move is not connected with the queen move. The queen h2 is coming. I can counter opponent. So bishop g7, I don't get it. Only if engine is bishop g7 allows king g7, and this is winning for black. So it must be something special. I was thinking some bishop e5, but this is ridiculous, just queen takes. Ah, okay, I can move the queen, but somewhere where I defend. Okay, but this would be strange that this is a move. Crazy, so tough. So tough. This allows rook e4, but this everything is hanging, but there is queen g2, and you need to spot this bishop g1. Okay, this is possible, and probably now it's just some perpetual, as it always happens. Why not king f3? What am I missing? Knight e5 or what? Aha, queen h5 probably. Is this a move? Ah, sort of. Engine saying that I don't see a winning move. Give me a break. Knight is on my way, so all the moves with that piece. Yes, knight f6. So you see, I need to have those skills to find those tricks. So he went for king g8, and now he's in lost position. 11. Yeah, looks very drawish. Not much will happen here. And this one, a little bit more challenging, but also probably only a draw. King c3. Maybe some rook h3 try, but this is just a draw. Amar is winning, but we said that it might not be enough. Sargsyan, yeah, drawish position. He will try to forget this tournament. Gabriel Sargsyan, he's winning, but it's not a simple position to convert. As you can see in the playing hall, there are games still in progress. However, yeah, our top boards, not many games. have left. Kwaparadze lost his game versus Stamatis. How about our lower boards? Okay, looks like a winning for black. Salimova is winning versus Pajchadze. Good result for her. Lashkin. Okay, interesting position. And endgame. Two rooks, also an interesting position. Emre Can. Looks like a model way of treating the push. So let's just use this opportunity to see how he was actually playing this position. So take a look how white, after c4 was played, which locks the queen side, white now has open space, takes more space on the king side. Okay, he does this artificial castle, which is quite impressive. Defends a little bit. Crazy how white played well. I love the way. Sec a pawn. Okay. He doesn't want to exchange the queens. Takes on a4 at some point. Let's see when. Now. Puts a pressure. Puts a queen on a3. What a game. And he's pressing a bit. What a game. Two knights versus two bishops where white is dominating. However, how to make a breakthrough. Very instructive. I believe that you can learn a lot from this game. This game has not even finished since it didn't even start. Okay, where else? Many draws suddenly, you see. Tense games lead to a draw. Here Petkov is winning. Bojan Maksimovic. Yeah, it will be a draw. Most likely. And going back, Sargsyan, we were following those two. On this side, and okay, I haven't, yeah, I touched this one. It will be a draw. Okay, let's see how Darda is finishing this game. Darda being white. Interesting position. It looks like it should be +8, since white having two bishops, a queen, which is active, rook is ready to join the game, many passers, and it's not enough for a bigger advantage, more than +3. Very strange. Why, how black can keep the game going? So some counterplay is needed. Is it rook d4? Let's try. That would be my choice. And I'm on the right track. So rook d4 probably is good for a start. Amar walking, you can see him. Jakub Simon is about to make a move. Will he go for rook d4? He's thinking, and Gokakar doesn't want to make a move. He's sitting there in despair. He doesn't want to make a move. Behind him, we have 11. I think he has just made a move. Chopin. Why this game is still in progress? Let's see. What's the issue there? Aha. Okay. He's trying to come back. Klimkovsky. So if I try to play rook a1, I think actually any move is good. Rook d4 is maybe not necessary, but let's say that I go rook a1. Maybe white will cut, and we will end up here. So this is actually the plan. Normal way to go would be some rook somewhere. Rook g4, rook d7, and I don't know, whatever, king c4. Anyway, it's a dead draw, even if I blunder the pawn. Aha. Here I might lose, since my king cannot come back. Okay. So this, okay, I'm blundering. This is the problem. I need to go down, but this, okay, possible. So you should not give the pawn, of course. Rook h4, dead draw. Will he go for it? We can see, I think, the tournament director, Grzegorz Masternak, who is watching the games. He said, not much sleep over these days, but it's quite understandable. I also organized big events myself, European Rapid and Blitz, 600 people, over 600 people, and it's not easy at all. Especially, yeah, this Blitz and Rapid is more hectic, but you can see Grzegorz watching all the games. He's a big fan, being an IM, if I'm not mistaken. Enjoying the games. So here, not much is happening. If we move back to our main game, Kovalenko, the game will go on, but now White is the one who is sort of pressing. This is interesting. Maurizi. Okay, we have Hovhannisyan as well. Yeah, he's doing a good job. There is a target, there is another weakness, so he needs to maneuver. Maurizi, Simon being super long time. It will be very tough for him to save this game. It seems that he has misplayed it. A winning game, great game, but it's not easy. You need to play it till the end. Gokerkan is thinking where to go. Of course, not being happy. Gumularts, the game goes on. Klimkovsky, yeah, rook a1 played, normal move. Amar seems just to be winning. Although it's not so simple, you have like those two scary passers, and you need to calculate stuff like this. Can some miracle happen? But that's not the case. So I don't know where to. Let's just see final moments of this game. Okay, we have them on the camera. Let's bring that game. So Maurizi versus Simon. He's taking on h4. So knight is on h4. White has this passer. So queen d4 is a natural move. However, you're coming to this knight f5 stuff. Queen d4, queen d5, of course, is logical, but then he needs to calculate a bit. Tough moment for Simon. So queen f6, king g8, another regular try. Can push b6, but then he need to calculate a little bit. For example, b6, I don't know, knight f5, king f4, rook h4, king goes inside, I believe. In the meantime, Gokerkan versus Darda, rook g5 was played and Darda is calculating. He has enough time. So, what to do? Where to go? So this bishop on h7 is not doing much. Rook on a1 should be rerouted. Maurizi playing a move. b6, I think, was played. Knight f5, king goes inside, I believe. King f4. Yeah. Will he do it? I believe he will. King, is it king f4? Yeah, where else to go? You don't want to play king g4 is due to the known reasons, so this is a mistake, and if you go king g2, basically you didn't achieve much, so king f4 is needed. So black can give check, rook h4, but then king e5, as I was mentioning, and only chance for black is then to create some tricky stuff, but he went to the other side. Rook to b1 has been played, which is also a decent alternative. Queen d8. king to g7, h7, I don't know. King g7. Okay, now he'll spend some time. Let's make a short break, and then ANNA-MAJA can join me, and we will finish this super interesting last round of the European Individual Championship here in Poland, Katowice. And as I said, that was a really short break. ANNA-MAJA is back. ANNA-MAJA, how is in the playing hall?
Yeah, I was just walking around ALOJZIE in the playing hall. It's such a tense atmosphere. You can sense that there are still some players that really want to win their games, and you know that they're fighting for the World Cup qualification spots. There's so much at stake for the players, and yeah, you can see now the playing hall. I was walking around there, and I felt like, oh, it's much nicer to watch the games from here because I don't want to be disturbing the players in some way. So yeah, I don't want to distract the players here. So let's keep them focused.
Which game drove your attention in terms of like tension that you felt it? Like,
honestly, it was this game between this player from, is it Norway?
Amar Elham?
Yes,
Yeah, he's always emotional.
Yeah. I think he was hesitating for the longest time how to make a queen, because I was wondering, oh, why is he spending so much time? Like, he was very unsure, but I was thinking he should be in a completely winning position because he was able to queen. But maybe White was still setting up some tricks, but yeah, it was interesting to see how Elham, that he's about to make a queen, but he was still unsure, looking around a lot and trying to somehow gather his thoughts.
So this was the position he was checking, rechecking. If you give check, rook b6, king d7, rook b7, king c6. Then after rook b6, you need to go back. And also if you go on this side, you will get checkmated. Oh. So it's quite obvious that you need to check the last option, which is king e6. And that's more or less it. We have a winner there.
Yeah, and I was checking the standings while I was on my break, and I was very surprised to see how many players actually have 8 points. Currently, there is one player with 7.5 on the 20th place.
Oh.
So seeing the games, how they're progressing, I'm very certain that there will be at least another person with 8 points. So I think with 7.5 points, you're out.
So rook e5 was played. King can go in several places. I believe that he went for f8, since here if you went to d7, you will lose a game. This is funny. No,
Wow.
hang on, not this way, of course. The other way. And it's funny. Those two rooks are creating some mess. But he just went king f8.
Yeah. Safe choice. And it should be easy for black to escape, although rook g5 still threatens mate, but okay, black has many checks, so I need to make forcing moves.
Elham Amar with his personal hoodie.
Yes?
Is it a resignation coming?
Should be very soon.
Ben is sort of aware
Oh,
that
he instantly paid a move. And resignation. A win for Elham Ahmar. Very well done. And he also has 8 points now.
it was a crazy game. A lot of sacrifices, but at the end he has prevailed. Congratulations. This game still goes on. This is funny. Is it possible to win with some huge help of black?
This looks like a draw to me.
Yes, it's
You need a miracle to win this. Yeah, it's very sad for both players because they will end up with 7.5 points, which is not enough to make it to the World Cup.
Simon sitting there, it seems, in despair. The game
On board 14.
has
He has
finished
lost.
and he's sitting there, yeah, being unhappy with the outcome, which is obvious. Kovalenko trying, and his opponent is trying as well. Ohanishan doing a great job.
Wow. He always ends up in endgames, and it's just beautiful to see how well he plays in those endgames too. The endgame was not that clear, but now it's looking like he's slowly converting with the bishop against the knight.
By the way, I think we had some reaction. Has something changed? Not much. Yeah, all those games are sort of under control.
It's fascinating how many games are still ongoing on the same line of
yeah.
tables, on the same row, because all these games are important for the World Cup qualifications. Some games are more clear than others. Darda, for example, seems to be heading for a win. We also have these players, I believe, on the same row, fighting for the World Cup spots. And there we have Jakub Seeman. I feel so sorry for Jakub. He played phenomenal chess. I mean, he had such good positions in every single of the last 3 rounds. Every single game, he was winning. Some games were much more winning than others, and he was not able to convert those to a win. So, yeah, sad for Jakub, who definitely deserves more and has so much prospects in the future. So we'll definitely see him back in the future. But this tournament, yeah, he might have hoped for more, especially given that he had such winning positions. But yeah, he played against all these 2,600 rated players, and it was not enough today to win against Marc-Andrea Maurizi. Oh, they're making quite some fast moves in the game of Darda. What is happening there?
Yeah, Gokerkan versus Darda.
board 16. Okay, Darda still ahead. Yeah, this f6 pawn is too strong, and Darda has a fantastic attack on the king. So it's only a matter of time until he converts this. It's quite a mess, though. We're waiting for moves on this board because the players are playing so quickly, so we're behind a few moves, I think. But it seems to me that the king on f8 is in huge trouble. Okay, there it is. So rook takes e4. So, wow, white is down a rook. But okay, the attack is too strong. But while you're down material, you have to be careful that you do not misplay it. Because when you're down material, you still have to find the right moves. If it goes wrong, you're suddenly down material. And if there's no attack anymore, you might be losing. But okay, this is such a... I think it's quite a clear attack. But yeah, the rooks might be quite annoying for white. But it should not be too difficult for Darda to convert this. Queen h6 check. Where does the king go? Yeah. At least white has some f7 check ideas wherever the king goes, let's say to e8 or g8. So you can get help from the bishop on c3. But it's such a tricky position. Such a stressful moment. Both players low on time. Goker down to 4 minutes. But Darda down 2 minutes. In this position, oh. This is nerve-wracking.
Masternak speaking with Simon, our tournament organizer. Tough day for Jakub.
Yeah.
As you said, winning positions, but somehow didn't go his way at all.
Yeah. Very talented player. But it's nice he's still playing while watching the games.
That was funny. So, Goherkan is still thinking. But I believe that Darda won't let him off the hook.
I don't think so either. I trust Darda in this position, but it's still quite a tricky position. I mean, anything can happen here, especially because they're so low on time. And he plays?
King, not yet. King goes to g8.
Okay. This is inviting f7.
Yeah. But the thing is, so King g8. Yeah, f7. Queen f7 is a checkmate. I was thinking some motives with like sacking.
It's still winning out because you take the queen?
Yeah, and my bishop is protecting.
Wow.
On e1.
If that happens, the game might still go on for a very long time.
1 minute. We recall Darda's tough game versus Suleimanli. So f7 has been played. King took. Rook a7. Also good enough.
I like this. But what happens after king... Okay, king g8, queen h7. So
Still-
king e8?
Still not a checkmate. King h, queen h8.
Queen h8, sorry.
Yeah.
Queen h8 played.
Rook g8. And then rook a8. That was his trick. Good. But then king goes to d7. No, because he doesn't need to take.
Rook a8 played.
Yes, and he can go king d7. But then there are no threats.
Yeah, you can just take the rook. King d7 played. And I think he will take the rook. Or maybe rook takes g8 is more accurate, just so that there is no threats. No chances whatsoever.
Yeah. This knight g4, which was missed by Gokar Khan, was a turning point.
Yes, he had this one chance. He was playing really well throughout the game, actually, but Darda made it so complicated and managed to get a better position. And on the 40th move, Gokar Khan had the chance to equalize the position, but he didn't find this one move, and ever since, it's been quite tough for him to defend. Yeah. We see a result. I think
This is
Kasper
a draw,
Schoppen drew,
right?
yes.
Yes.
Yeah, this has to be a draw. Unfortunately for Kasper Schoppen and Jan Klimkowski, this is not enough to qualify for the World Cup. So we'll check the two other interesting games. Well, there's a few interesting games to follow where the players are still fighting for the World Cup qualification. But yeah, I don't see any more tries for Black here. Black here has tried so many different things to complicate matters, but Darda, he defended everything. He saw all the right moves, and I expect resignation soon in this game. He's shaking his head. He knows it's over. The queen on h8 is defending the d4 square just in case, so that rook e1 check is not helping matters whatsoever. And he makes move with the king, I believe, trying to run away. And now Darda can keep giving checks. I missed what he played. What did he play? Did he make a pawn move? I think he played h3 to give the king some luft because nothing changed in the position. So why not give the king another square to run to? He played h4 instead. Okay, h4 is on the board. Yeah, makes perfect sense. We're zooming in on the board because these two boards are very important. I think Gumulars is onto something here. He might be onto something, as I think he's in a better position. Let's take a look at board 17.
94, I was just checking. Oh.
Yeah, something happened here. This game was earlier equal, but okay, it looked optically very difficult for both players. But it seems to be the case that Gumulars is getting out of it, the dire situation of the king, and now two passed pawns. Now it is the white's king who is in trouble. Knight c3.
Score sheets.
Very important. Both players low on time, so it's a good time to get the score sheets, as they will reach move 60 very soon. Knight e3 check played. It's still not so easy, you know? He's somehow trying to defend the a3 pawn because the pawns of black are very important. If black loses those pawns, it might be getting closer to a draw. So I'm curious to see how black proceeds here. Both those games were so exciting. King g1 was played, I believe, so now rook a1 check. Okay.
King to
g1.
In the meantime, Gökhan being checkmated.
Yeah, he's getting really close to get checkmated.
Rook a8, king b6.
b6 was played first.
Sorry, b6, yes.
It's crazy that it's so important to play
yeah.
b6, actually.
Yeah, of course, b6 is logical to kick
Oh,
the
yeah.
king and then...
Then rook a8 is a good move, yes. Yeah. Still hesitating, but he doesn't have many moves. He takes the pawn, okay. Well, let's see the checkmate.
After rook a8, he takes.
Yeah. This is the life position.
You always need to work.
Yeah.
So, queen b8 allows queen b7.
Mm-hmm. And then queen d6.
Yeah, this is probably the way to go. This looks like queen b8, queen d6.
Yep.
Yeah.
Queen b8 on the board. Now queen b7. I guess the king can also move, but it doesn't help the situation.
King c6.
c6. Queen c8, very clean. King d6. Queen d8 check, and then the rook will follow.
Very precise.
Yep.
And it seems that he's aware that he's done it.
Yes.
Kudos to Darda. King c6 and rook a6. Is it the best?
It is.
Yeah, king b7, queen, rook b6, yeah. Not queen a8, but rook b6.
And resign.
Yes, oof.
What a win.
Will she show him knight g4?
I doubt the players saw it even because they were in time trouble, and then it's like, whatever. Darda very happy.
Although still not celebrating, he's sort of, yeah, tired.
Yes, after such a long game, playing for 5 hours. And the tournament is over. He finishes on 8 points, so he might have wanted to get some more points, but yeah. He should be in the top 20.
Yeah. Most likely. By the way, we will not be able to give you final standings. It will be published, chess results and other official standings of ECU. So we are just... Oh, we have a mistake.
Oh?
Gumularts made a mistake by playing c4 now.
Wow.
Ruined everything.
Maybe because the h-pawn is hanging?
I don't know.
Wow. Oh, this is such a difficult
Kovalenko
game.
still playing.
Mm-hmm.
Hovhannisyan winning. He took rook h4, you mentioned.
Mm-hmm. King d2. Okay. Wait. Rook takes. Ah, he might have wanted to sacrifice and then somehow push the a pawn? No, rook h1 played. He definitely missed something, but I'm not sure what he missed.
Rook h5.
It's losing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Knight b5. No.
No.
Some knight d5, knight b4. What's the key?
No, not enough. King d2?
Yeah.
Wow.
Just coming closer, which is tough.
But it's still What is happening?
Rook h1 is rook c1 was a mistake, but now we will see a lot of mistakes.
Maybe there was some knight a4. Maybe there's a knight a4 idea and you somehow promote. I think, oh, that would have been incredible. Okay, rook is back to a5, I believe. Rook h2 check. If black doesn't find a tactic, I think white can make a draw. Because this is all about tactics. This knight on c3 is stopping the pawns. If you don't have anything that removes this knight from c3 to push the pawns forward, I think it should be a draw then.
So he went to the rook h2, he went to e3.
Okay.
So Kovalenko still playing.
Mm-hmm. Pawn on e3 is captured.
Mm-hmm. And h4.
Yes.
Rook a3.
Mm-hmm. Rook h3 and then rook h2. Yeah, I think black has to settle for a draw now. Well, he's gonna keep trying by bringing the king into the game, but this should not be too difficult for white to hold anymore. Players are playing on seconds. Rook a5 played. Oh, let's go.
What did he play, rook?
Let's go back to the live.
Mm-hmm. Rook h3 first.
Uh-huh. Okay. Now white is thinking. Oh no, the white played rook a5. We will see that move soon. Levin was also one of the players that got the Grandmaster norm. So he got exactly 2600 rating performance, so excellent performance by him. And he might save the draw in this game too. Now it is white who's getting so active with the pieces.
So knight e4, knight d3. King d4, obvious. Ah, rook is on a5.
And
sorry.
rook c2. Ah,
Yeah.
there's a position.
King d4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is tough. Gumulars knows that he could have won this game. He knows.
Yeah.
But it wasn't so easy. We have 3 more games on the top boards. And they agreed to the draw. Tough game for Simon Gumulars, who was doing so well. But he has to settle with a draw.
Yeah, very disappointed. Let's go to Kovalenko against Sokolovsky. This should end up in a draw. Final moment of this tournament.
Yep. Kovalenko tried everything he could, but the evil bar essentially didn't change in this game. Both players played so well.
There is some nice friendly chat after the game. They're smiling a bit, so that's nice to see. Gumulars, although being so close of winning, I know, yeah, is quite friendly. Big kudos for that. Kovalenko will make a draw. He seems so, yeah. And slowly, ANNA-MAJA, we are finishing.
Yes, I
our
can't
tournament.
believe it.
How
can't
was it?
believe it.
Fast? It
Yes, it went by so quickly. I feel like we started yesterday with this tournament.
Yeah, regarding final standings, as I said, we won't announce it. You can follow our social networks and official issue website. So we can only say that we have this share 2nd to 4th with Abbasov, Suleimanli and Muradli. It's interesting. 3 Azeris.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I only thought there were 2, but it's 3. Wow. Amazing performance by the players. And of course, the winner of the tournament, Roman Descharov. What a fantastic performance. Winning the European Individual Championship at the age of 18, I believe. And he is awarded the Grandmaster title with this performance directly.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I got an info that he is Ukrainian champion.
Ah.
So big kudos for that.
Wow, fantastic year for Descharov, and it would be amazing to see him grow and also compete for the Ukrainian national team.
Yeah. Slowly, stage will be prepared for the closing ceremony.
By the way, he is gaining 46 points.
Crazy.
Which is incredible with the K factor of 10. That is incredible. Wow.
2500 player immediately.
Yeah, fully deserved.
Stellar performance.
Yeah. I was thinking, what if he wins and everyone else makes a draw? I thought, yeah, the chances of this happening were so low going into this round, and he just made the impossible happen. Nothing is impossible, and he just proved it. Winning on demand against David Anton, very strong player who hasn't lost in the tournament so far, and somehow all the other boards ended in a draw, which was perfect for Detjarov to win the tournament as a sole leader, because if he would have shared the title, he would only have gotten a Grandmaster norm from this performance. So obviously he wants to fight for more, he has nothing to lose anymore, and that's why he was here today to play for a win. And it paid off.
I fully agree. I'm just enjoying this last moment of our tournament. Kovalenko is sort of ready to make a draw. Sokolovsky still checking is there any possibility, but this will be a draw. And yeah, very interesting tournament, quite a long one, but at the same time, yeah, we have a draw. And that's about it. Kovalenko and Sokolovsky unfortunately are out of the contest.
Yes.
So we have players still fighting for the medal. Arbiters will need to recheck the standings, and it will be announced soon. Big congratulations to the players, first to the new European champion, to everyone who was also involved in this event from organizational point of view. So Lucas Derle, Žegor Mastenjak, it was very interesting event. Our broadcast team, thanks also for you, ANNA-MAJA. I think you did a great job together with KETI TSATSALASHVILI.
It was an honor to be part of the commentary team of the organizers. It was a wonderful experience. My first time in the European individual, so it was a wonderful experience. Seeing so many familiar faces was also so fun, so nice to see friends participate as well. And we had such an exciting 11-round tournament.
Yeah, it was very exciting. Some players going home very happy. Now, this playing hall, as I said, will be set up for the closing. There will be photos from the closing, and follow ECU social networks, ECU YouTube channel. Thanks for being us for last 2 weeks. Of course, candidates were in limelight, but anyway, I believe that you didn't regret being with us. So, big greetings from my side, Grandmaster ALOJZIE Jankovic. ANNA-MAJA, your last words.
Women International Master ANNA-MAJA KAZARIAN. It was a pleasure to be here. Thank you all for watching. We hope that you enjoyed this broadcast as much as we did. Thank you to all the organizers, the broadcast team for making all of this happen. It was such a big tournament record in terms of participants. So I think it was a big success. And I think it's on this note, it's time to say goodbye.
Yeah, goodbyes.
Thank you for watching.